want to appear on a remote sort of basis, they can do so. They're watching on YouTube or on community television station, and they're welcome to call in either during community comment, or we have, I think, 5 public hearings tonight, and so we'll address folks that have concerns there as well. Having provided that information, also a reminder. Okay. I guess it wouldn't matter for this portion of it, but we can wait until we get that green light going here and get on camera. Yeah, here's a community call-in number now. So folks, just to restate this, as Director Benarod indicated, before I call the meeting to order, I wanted to let you know that we're handling these meetings on a hybrid basis. Folks can call in remotely that are watching in some form or fashion. And also those in the audience, will treat them first in terms of being able to hear their community comments on things that are of vital concern to them. And then we also have some public hearings this evening that people may want to testify at. Several of them we're going to keep open for public input for another week or so and take them up in October. But there's at least one matter there that we may want to take up tonight. So having provided that information, and look at the call-in information here, if you're watching remote and want to call in on something that's of concern to you, you want to address in community comment, or for a public hearing, there's the information you'll want to be taking down. We'll have it up again as we get to these portions of the agenda, but you might want to try to write it down when you have a chance. So having provided that information, I'm going to call the meeting to order of the Edina City Council this Tuesday, September 16th, 2025. It is 7:04 p.m. And I'm going to ask our clerk, Sharon Allison, to call the roll. Clerk Allison.
Councilmember Agnew. Here. Councilmember Jackson. Here. Councilmember Pierce.
Here.
Councilmember Risser. Here. Mayor Hovland.
Here. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a form of meeting agenda that's been published in advance of our meeting this evening, so people in our community could see what was on the agenda, or proposed to be on the agenda this evening, and also for the benefit of council members. Is there anyone on the council or from a staff standpoint that wishes to modify the meeting agenda in any form or fashion? Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda as published?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves.
A second.
Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the meeting agenda that has been produced to the public. It's in front of us this evening. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approval of the meeting agenda as published, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. We have a meeting agenda that we will be following this evening. And now we are at community comment. So let's get that phone number up on the screen in case anybody wants to call in and address the council. And we have some of our fellow residents that are here this evening that wish to address the council on matters of concern to them. And I'm going to go ahead and ask our first presenter to introduce himself. Again, a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes and you'll get a yellow warning light when you'll have about 30 seconds left, and then we'll have you wrap up your comments so that we give everybody equal treatment and equal time.
Mayor, council members, my name is Ralph Zickert. I live at 4311 Cornelius Circle. First, a thank you to Edina's Fire Department for all they do. On July 10th, 2011, they and several other municipalities responded to certainly one of the most unusual fires they've seen in the last 15 years. And it was my house that was on fire. Lightning had ignited a gas line, and it was like a blowtorch on the side of the house. Thankfully, no one, firefighter or resident, was injured. And on that July 10th evening, multiple municipalities responded to our fire. Why? Because Edina lacked enough firefighters to safely tackle that fire. Today, as it did 15 years ago, the City Council has still not authorized the funding to staff Edina's Fire Department to single-handedly respond to a one-story house fire. Edina's current Current per-shift staffing falls below 10 per shift. National standards indicate 16 are needed for a 2,000 square foot house fire. 27 are needed to respond to a moderate-sized apartment building. Yes, 16 for a 2,000 square foot home. Some of us see life-threatening issues like cardiac arrest or a house fire as emergencies.
I just want to kind of get that out there because it's easy to rack up bonding debt.
And it was an emergency. We would have to close the pool for 2 years if we didn't bond for it. That was the decision that we made. But going back to the
Last Thursday was September 11th, a day that will live in this nation's history as one of the most tragic for firefighters. Every day they put their lives on the line. How many of us can say the same? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zickert. Yes. Ms. Greer, welcome back.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Greer. I live at 5225 Grandview Square, Unit 216. I am here again to advocate for an advanced warning flasher. I'm providing a timeline for how long we have been trying to get this safety device. We started this in 2023. Please turn your attention to the timeline for 5/30/2025. On 5/30/2025, I met with the city engineer who told me that the advanced flasher had been ordered a long time ago. He said apparently everyone across the country wanted one and it was on back order. On 9/2/2025, the city engineer said it was ordered in June of 2025. I wonder what is really the truth. On 9/9/2025, Representative Joachim and Councilmember Rizzer met with some of the residents of Grandview Square. Attached is Representative Joachim's recommendations. I have also included some pictures, since picture is worth 1,000 words, that show how poorly designed the redirected traffic has been. There is only one speed limit sign on Eden Avenue. 2 other signs obscure the speed limit number. The other picture shows that Avador's side of the street does not have a sidewalk up to Vernon Avenue. If I were on the council, I would be concerned that a personal injury attorney would have everything they needed for a lawsuit against the city. Between the city council meetings and Representative Joachim's insights, the city would be paying a substantial amount to a plaintiff. I did a quick Google search for the cost of these signs. They run around $3,000, certainly cheaper than a lawsuit would cost the city. I hope the council decides to be proactive and not reactive. Mayor Hovland, I invite you to do one of your walks in Grandview Square. Please let me know if you are interested. And I will say I can't be here on October 7th because I'm sure nothing will be done by then, but that's my 70th birthday. Unless you all want to buy me a birthday cake from Sweet Science, I'm going to have my husband on the hook for a nice dinner. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Greer.
David Frankel, 4510 Lakeview Drive. Almost 2 years ago, I filed an ADA complaint with the United States Department of Justice about the pedestrian bridge in Grandview. Recently, the DOJ issued a 6-page settlement agreement confirming the bridge was not ADA compliant. I've been listening for 2 years to the rationale why that bridge was compliant. Now the U.S. Department of Justice disagrees with everybody in this building about it. It is not ADA compliant. The city released only a 3-paragraph press release about the 6 pages that were sent to the city of Edina. This is not enough. Residents deserve to see the entire 6-page DOJ settlement agreement and have it explained clearly by the city manager. Anything less is withholding the full truth from the public. For over 2 years, residents with physical disabilities have been excluded from safely using this bridge. They will remain excluded until the bridge is remediated. The city of Edina should issue a formal public apology to these residents. Pew Research estimates at least 5% of Edina residents have a physical disability. Accessibility is not an option, it is a federal law. This is a black eye for the city of Edina, for council members and staff who argue the bridge was compliant. The DOJ's findings prove otherwise. Incumbent council members will face serious credibility issues in any re-election campaign for their involvement in the violation of federal ADA law. By state statute, the city manager is responsible for compliance with local, state, and federal laws. In this case, the city manager failed that duty and violated federal ADA law. Termination with cause is warranted. At a minimum, staff directly involved should face demotion. I recognize the council will not likely take these steps, and that's exactly why I intend to run for city council next year. Violating federal law is serious and must be taken seriously. This council must choose between transparency, accountability, and action, or further erosion of public trust. If you're interested in videos on this issue, you can go to YouTube at Edina Issues, where I've posted videos of the bridge and its non-compliance. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Nora Davis, and I live at 6921 Southdale Road in the Lake Cornelia neighborhood. And by the way, it is true, the bears do like Lake Cornelia's goldfish. But that's not why I'm here tonight. I'm here about USI and internet and kind of the mess they've made in our neighborhood. I do understand that T-Mobile has taken over USI, so I don't know how that changes everything. But my first question was the city paid when they came in? Did they pay you to do what they did? Or did they just say, hey, we're going to be here and we're going to rip up your property? That's my first question. Secondly, since T-Mobile is now in charge, are they going to continue to kind of clean up the mess they made? We've had them out twice. I'm not sure what kind of grass seed they're using, but they must have gotten a really good deal on it because it really hasn't grown. I did go out and look at it tonight before I left, and they are the most amazing weeds I have ever seen. It is really a mess, and I don't think residents should have to go out, spend the money, spend the time, spend the energy to clean up the mess that they made. And it was a difficult time period. They kept hitting gas lines in our neighborhood. I remember looking out the front window and seeing a fireman knocking on the door across the street. Now, I know they don't sell cookies, so I didn't think that's why he was there. I went out, bam, there was a big fire truck there. And of course, nobody on that side of the street was home, so I spent the morning, tracking everyone down. But it's really not been a good experience. So I hope before winter sets in, we can get that grass growing. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll see what we can do about that. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Ryan Day, and I live at 6808 Chapel Lane. I'm here tonight in the wake of a string of violent and tragic events that have struck even here in Minnesota, in our own backyard. Like many of you, I've asked myself, how do I respond to something like this? What can I do? There are many possible answers, but I choose to start here tonight and share just a few thoughts. As a father, I want to set an example for my children and for others, and that in moments like these, we must turn toward community. So why start here? Well, as you know, I have the unique status of former political opponent to council members on the dais tonight. Not long ago, we debated, we disagreed, and we offered slightly different visions for the future of Edina. Of course, those debates and disagreements continue to this day, but right now it's not our differences that I want to focus on. Instead, I want to focus on the positive, thank you for your service, and make it clear that what unites us is far greater than what sets us apart. I know it's not much to offer, but it's something. So to start, let me acknowledge that everyone on the dais in front of me tonight, both council and city staff, is here because we care deeply about this city. That commitment is what unites us. Though we may have different perspectives on policies and priorities, we do agree on something essential. We all want Edina to be the best possible version of itself, both now and into the future. But sometimes lost in the discussion of what we can do better is praise for what we already do so well. Edina, of course, is an amazing place to live, and that is in no small part due to the hard work of all of you, as well as the many city staff that are not here tonight. We have in this city wonderful parks, reliable services, dependable and effective fire and police departments, and relentless community engagement. Thank you for that. As we move forward in the coming days, weeks, months, and years, let none of us forget that we are neighbors. That means that we have to continue working together with respect, with humility, and with care for one another. I won't promise you that I won't continue to voice dissent or criticism over city council actions or ideas. One, because I simply employ a different perspective and way of thinking than some of you. And two, most importantly, because I believe to engage, probe, and question is a critical element of our democratic process. I can promise, however, that I'll always keep in mind those elements that unite us, that all of you are mothers or fathers, and daughters or sons, and at the end of the day, there are boundaries that no disagreement should cross. I won't forget that my responsibility, really all of our responsibility, is to look out for one another, serve our community, and to turn our differences into collaborative strength. I'll conclude by thanking each of you, all of you, again for your service, and saying that I hope that we can continue to build on the things we do well, even as we debate how to do better.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Anyone else in the audience wish to come forward and express a matter of concern to the council that they have? Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Scott Mahan, 5617 Tracy Avenue. I wrote a letter to this council earlier this week and would like to again thank Councilmember Jackson and City Manager Neal for their prompt response. Because I know emails are easy to overlook, with your permission, I'd like to reiterate that proposal for you here this evening. I am speaking here tonight to formally request a variance from Edina Code Ordinance Chapter 10, Article 3, Division 3, Section 10-82, Preservation, Protection, and Replacement of Protected Trees. As I'll explain, I'd like to propose an alternative to items 4 and 13 of the ordinance in order to support the city's tree canopy while providing plant diversity and increased viability of newly planted trees. The stated purpose of this division is to preserve Edina's high-valued trees while allowing reasonable development to take place and to not interfere with how existing property owners use their property. On our lot, we are very fortunate to have many mature trees that fit the criteria stated in the division in that they promote Edina's tree canopy, protect and advance property values and Edina's distinctive character, and improve our lives and the lives of wildlife. Our trees are healthy trees, the overwhelming majority of which do not adversely affect the development and building permit processes as set forth by the Edina Code of Ordinances. On our property, we have 4 silver maples, 2 honey locust, a hybrid maple, a blue spruce, a lilac tree, and a paper birch. Altogether, our 9 deciduous trees total 261 inches of measured tree diameter at breast height, plus the 8-foot tall spruce tree. We are currently in the process of applying for a building permit to construct an accessory building on our property. In order to accomplish this, we regrettably need to remove 2 of our trees, 1 honey locust and the hybrid maple. Together, these 2 trees represent 17 inches of diameter at breast height. This represents a loss of approximately 6.5% of the tree diameter on our property. To comply with items 4 and 13 of the ordinance, we would need to replace 13 inches of deciduous tree diameter, planting no less than 3.5-inch diameter trees. This would require 4 trees total. In our research, the trees of this size are 1, not commonly available for purchase at local nurseries, 2, varieties that are available for purchase at this diameter tend to grow into very large trees, reaching 50 to 75 feet in height and canopy spread, and 3, are more prone to transplant failure versus smaller trees, as a common rule of thumb is that trees require 1 inch per year of DBH to establish a root system needed to survive. As an alternative to the requirements set forth by the ordinance, we would like to propose that we replace the removed trees with 2 trees purchased through the 2026 City of Edina tree sale program. The trios available through this program will allow for an increased selection and resulting in greater plant diversity and quicker to establish and therefore more likely to survive, and of equal importance will be a better fit for the 8 preserved trees on our property. Item 15 of the ordinance stipulates a financial guarantee to be provided as part of the permit request process. We would still like to honor the terms of that financial guarantee, only substituting trees from the Edina tree sale program as the basis for return of the escrowed funds as opposed to those called for by items 4 and 13 of the ordinance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mahan. Anyone else wish to address the council on a matter of concern to them? Okay, let's turn to the virtual world and see if we have anybody waiting.
I have a caller.
All right.
Caller, I'm going to unmute your line, and then please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
All right, thanks. Hi, my name is Taylor Brushfine. I live at 5744 Ewing Avenue South. First, thanks for offering the remote options. It's great for people that can't be there in person, so I appreciate you keeping it on. I'm calling in to advocate for improving bikeability within our city. My motivation is for my two daughters, who are 1 and 3, to at some point in their junior high or high school lives be able to safely bike or walk through our city on a safe and well-connected network, which is something that we just don't have right now. The good news is that this has been identified already by the city as a priority and an important one. All of our major guiding documents, the comp plan, the climate action plan, the living streets plan, they explicitly identify a safe, well-connected bike and pedestrian network as a priority to develop. And even more good news, we've developed a plan that shows what that framework looks like and how to implement such a network with the Bike and Ped Master Plan published in 2018. The bad news is that we've stopped at that planning stage. In a study from the Edina Transportation Commission, they estimated that with the current levels of funding, it would take another 40 to 45 years to complete that network. That would be 2065 to 2070. So that's not only too late for my kids, that's too late for their kids. 50 years to implement a plan like this just can't be acceptable. So as I'd urge you to look for funding to move us past just saying the right things on this topic and moving to the doing the things that we all agreed on in all of these plans. So with that in mind, I have a couple quick questions for staff. The PACT fund is funded by the utility franchise fees that were recently changed from a flat rate to a percentage rate to increase revenue. So the first question is, what's that anticipated increase in revenue per year due to the change? And how much of that increase will go directly to the PACS fund? All right. Thanks again for the time and offering the remote option. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in, Caleb.
I don't have any other callers, sir.
Okay. All right. Very good. Let's go back to, usually what we do is we take these questions under advisement, and then the city manager and staff work on responses that go onto the city website by the end of the week, so that they're timely in their response. And then at the subsequent city council meeting, the city manager provides that same information, so it's coming from a different communication or a different communication methodology. So, but some of these things I think we could address. First of all, thank you to Mr. Zickert for that gratitude for the fire department. And then Nancy Greer, I think we could probably deal with that one. I'm going to turn to Director Milner that's been working on this issue, which has its challenges because of the bridge construction projects we have going on and the higher than normal volume on Eden Avenue in particular. And I don't know if you'd want to comment on where we are on the advanced warning flashing lights in terms of their installation, but if you have any updated information, it might be appreciated.
I do. So the delivery was made of a whole package of materials late August, and it didn't include the flasher. The vendor forgot it. So we reached out and said, where's the flasher? And they said, we can have it to you by Thanksgiving. We said, well, that's not acceptable. Please expedite it. And they said, well, we can get it to you by the end of September, early October. We offered to go pick it up ourselves in Milwaukee. The challenge is it has to be programmed to talk to the other flashers out there. So we can't get it any earlier, even if we drive over there and get it. So I'm hoping that it's here and installed before her birthday on the next council meeting. But we shall see if the vendor meets that expedited delivery date of end of September, early October.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about this concern of Mr. Frankel's, that he said he filed an ADA complaint 2 years ago about the bridge over by the Jerry's parking lot that we put into place over there. I think it might be worth just doing a little bit of a summary on who it was we consulted with respect to whether or not that bridge was ADA compliant and the timing of doing some things that would attach to it in terms of what the DOJ decision was. I think it might be important for people in our community to understand that, so they've got a balanced sort of factual situation that they can take advantage of. So Director Milner, you want to comment on that?
Sure. We had experts design the bridge and the sidewalk that connects to Arcadia Avenue. It connected to a facility that we knew was not ADA compliant, a 1980s parking ramp. Our thoughts were we're going to have future projects where we could make that connection to the west landing of the bridge. The bridge itself is compliant, the sidewalk is, but it needs to be connected. That's what the DOJ's opinion was, that we need to provide a connection to that landing. So we're going to continue to work with experts and review that potential agreement. That agreement will come back to council for consideration. But the experts are Kimley Horn as the engineer and bridge designer. We had JQP, who's an ADA expert. She does many ADA audits for the city. And we met with a person from the Minnesota Disabilities Council. And all of them said it was really kind of a gray area on which rules applied in this case. But the DOJ made a statement, made a ruling, and we need to follow that, and we will bring that back to the council in due process.
And this may be a question for our city attorney, but we would have a right to appeal that decision, I take it, if we wanted to.
Well, Mayor, I'm actually not handling that lawsuit. It's been tendered to Insurance Defense Counsel.
That's a great way to duck out of the answer.
Well, I would say that as I understand it, and you should talk to the attorney who's been assigned to handle the case, but I believe it's a proposed settlement agreement, and you can discuss with the DOJ whether there's any changes that can be made to that proposal.
That's correct, and we're continued to be represented by a league attorney. So some of their projects they handle internally. Some of their projects they contract out with private law firms. This one has an internal lawyer who's doing the work for it.
And just understanding some basics about it, it strikes me that they must have been sensitive to the arguments that we made, because they said by October of 2026, come up with a plan,
right,
which is somewhat consistent with what we're doing down there in terms of redevelopment. And I think what we always intended to do when we figured out what we were going to do with that adjoining property at the old public works site, we were going to complete that project, is my understanding.
We had a couple projects in the capital improvement plan for consideration.
Anything else, Manager Neal, on that issue?
No.
Okay. All right. And I guess we could have closed off the whole bridge this entire period of time too, and not let anybody use it.
We could have. We chose to put a sign on the east side that says it's only accessible to the parking ramp, and that's it, so people wouldn't feel stranded. So there was a notification of the issues that we've just been talking about.
Okay. All right. And then Nora Davis, it's an issue that we've heard from others about concerns of U.S. Internet doing their work in the right-of-way, and they tear up people's yards when they're putting in that cable. And what do we need to do there? We got her address.
Yep, I can speak to that. So the question was, were they paid? No. State law allows communication companies and other private utilities to operate within the right-of-way, so they were not paid. They need to pay for a permit. They got to submit permits, and that's through my department, through the engineering department, and they're required to clean it up afterwards. So if they're not getting the service they expect, they should call my staff member, Andy Renish, and we would reach out to U.S. Internet. Whoever the permit holder is responsible for that cleanup. So his role is doing a lot of policing of the right-of-way permits and that exact issue. So please call us, and we will help coordinate that restoration.
So under federal and state law, they've got a legal right to be in the right-of-way to install the cable, but they don't have a right to, they've got an obligation also to restore the land and to its former condition.
Correct.
After they disturb the same.
Correct, and we're here to assist residents in that regard.
All right, good. Ms. Davis, you're still here. Did you hear that person's name? Okay, good. And I think, Manager Neal, the other ones were just a comment by Mr. Day about civility, I think, and is one way overarching word that you could use there. And then Scott Mahan over on Tracy has a request with regard to a potential variance on the tree ordinance, and we're working on some modifications of that tree ordinance right now. That this is another factual scenario that I don't know if it's been thought of by staff or us, but another one to work into the mix, I guess.
So it's clearly one of those building the plane while we're flying it situations. So we have taken Mr. Mann's facts into consideration. We'll visit with staff about them and see what's possible.
And I didn't get Caleb's last name, but I thought he had an interesting point about he wants to improve bikeability in the city. And Director Milner, you would love that. You're an avid bicycler. But he said that it was going to be 40 to 45 years to complete the network. I don't know if you have any thoughts on what the plans are in completing the network that we've designed and approved. But
Yeah, the ETC did a study and looked at the available funding, considered inflation and the amount of capital that we'd have to spend, and those were the numbers that they came up with. So we do have a dedicated funding source. It's just not keeping up, right? We have a lot of needs, and we'd love to build it all out at once, but we got to balance all the needs that the council has to balance with the budget. So the question on the change to the ordinance for franchise fees, yes, it increased revenue. However, most of that went to the street reconstruction program to pull that out of the general levy. And on the PAC side, it's kind of a flat, what was there last year is what's going to be generated in the future years.
it's around $1 million, $1.5 million a year.
Yep, exactly.
Yep. Okay. And that gets used for non-motorized purposes.
Sidewalks, bike lanes, these flashers we've been talking about, but the comments on the bike lanes, that's typically where the trade-offs of the right-of-way space happen, and we have those discussions here, and we do that usually in December with our street reconstruction program. So we bring all those ideas in the bike ped master plan, and we have discussions.
Now, over at the tab where I serve, the Transportation Advisory Board of the Met Council, we're charged with dealing with that new source of funds, and we're working on trying to figure out how to do it. That they call it active transportation money, but it's about $25 million a year that comes to the region from sales tax, is authorized by the legislature, all for non-motorized purposes. So we might want to be thinking about opportunities there to apply for some funding for some of the route work that we want to do on a non-motorized basis. So just a heads up on that. That work is close to being completed. That active transportation group has been working for well over a year now. So they're close to coming up with some recommendations. Manager Neal, anything else from last meeting that you want to address?
Yes, Your Honor. There was one other question that was posed at the last meeting on September 2nd. That question had to do with could the city help a resident by helping to move an XL transformer that was placed over near the Hawks Lake area. And the answer is no. This belongs to, first of all, it's not our utility. It belongs to XL Energy. It needs to be in the location that they placed it in from an employee safety and reliability standpoint. It's pretty key to our ability to do flood control in that part of our town. We have offered to work with the resident to build a boulder wall to somewhat obscure the transformer. We don't typically do that, but in this case it was a magnitude above what most of transformers are, ground-based transformers. We have offered that to the adjoining homeowner, and we're waiting to see if they accept that offer.
Okay. Yeah, the Miltons were here, I think.
Yeah.
The legitimate concern, I thought, too, that was a pretty significantly sized piece of equipment. Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, I think you covered it. I heard what they were saying is they wanted something to landscape around it, make it more presentable, and that's what you're working with them on. Okay. And so we have the utility box wrap, but because this is an XL box, that program's not available.
I don't think so. Mr. Milner, I don't
know. I guess we'd have to look into which ones are part of that program and which ones are not.
We usually try to have them wrap the ugliest ones first, and there's a lot of them out there.
Yeah. I think another standard besides the ugly factor is, are they in an area that's highly trafficked? Yeah. So not so much on residential property, but in our commercial areas where they truly can serve as public art.
Okay, so landscaping or a wall, something, but you're working with them on mitigating
we have offered that to them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That completes that portion of the agenda regarding community comment. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council or staff that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Is there a motion to approve all the items on the consent agenda in a single motion?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves, Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the items on the consent agenda in a single motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the items on the consent agenda in a single motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Those items are all approved that are on the consent agenda under paragraph 6. And then we'll move on to special recognitions and presentations. And I'm going to ask our clerk if she has that first proclamation handy. You do not. Okay, I'll find it online here. Bear with me a second. I think we have somebody here from the...
Yeah.
And nothing to physically receive. It sounds like... Well, let's... Okay. And you're Diana Lynch, because you've been here with us before. And we appreciate that. And so I'm going to read and you're with the monument chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. I think regardless of whether we can give you the proclamation physically tonight, we're going to ask you to make a few remarks, and I think you're comfortable doing that, as I recall. Okay, good. So the proclamation reads as follows. Constitution Week, September 17th through the 23rd, 2025. Whereas it is the privilege of all Americans to commemorate the 238th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America with appropriate ceremonies and activities. And whereas it is fitting and proper to officially recognize this magnificent document and the anniversary of its creation. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuance of a proclamation by the President of the United States of America designating September 17 through the 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Edina, Minnesota, does hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through September 23rd, 2025 as Constitution Week in the City of Edina, and urges all citizens to study the Constitution, reflect on the privilege of being an American with all the rights and responsibilities that privilege involves, and reaffirm the ideals of the Constitution. Is there a motion to adopt that proclamation as read?
So moved.
A second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the proclamation involving Constitution Week, designating September 17th through September 23rd, 2025 as Constitution Week in the City of Edina. Any further discussion on the proclamation as read? All those in favor of adoption of the proclamation as read say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The proclamation is adopted. Ms. Lynch, we'll get that to you some way, somehow. I apologize for us not having it ready for you tonight, but please come up to the podium and give us a few thoughts with regard to this particular proclamation and the importance of the Constitution and the work the Daughters of the American Revolution are doing in this regard.
Thank you. My name is Diana Lynch, and on behalf of Monument Chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, I want to thank Mayor Hovland, the Edina City Council, and the City of Edina for recognizing Constitution Week. Constitution Day and Citizenship Day is an American federal observance that recognizes the adoption of the United States Constitution and those who have become U.S. citizens. It's normally observed on September 17th, the day in 1787 that delegates to the Constitution Convention signed the Constitution in Philadelphia. The United States Congress designated September 17th as Constitution Day and Citizenship Day on February 29th, 1952, by a joint resolution. Thank you for this proclamation, and thank you for your time. I hope you have a successful City Council meeting tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
Can
Yes,
we
we
get a
hope
quick
so as well.
picture?
Pardon me?
Can we get a quick
Yeah,
picture?
we sure
Even
can.
without the proclamation.
Yeah. I'll bring all the council members down here for Constitution Week.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Okay, let's get cozy, cozy, cozy.
Perfect, thank you much.
Well, we have something, there's a lot of special things that go in Edina, on in Edina, but we've got something really special coming up this month. And that is the Adaptive Open that we are hosting at Braemar. And our course general manager, Braemar Golf Course General Manager Joe Abood, is here with us tonight to let all of us know about it on the council and also everybody watching in that will be interested, I think, in this Braemar golf update from Mr. Abood. So welcome, Joe.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here tonight to, well, first of all, my name is Joe Abood. I'm the general manager at the golf course, Braemar Golf Course. Here tonight to talk about the Minnesota Adaptive Open. It is going to be the inaugural Minnesota Adaptive Open. So the MGA actually selected us about a year ago, and we've been working through this process, getting ready for this tournament. It's going to be a great event for Braemar. It's going to be a great event for the city of Edina. We have some tremendous athletes coming out for this event. It's going to be on September 26th through the 28th. And just wanted to give you a little history of why kind of the MGA chose Braemar to have the event. In 1979 through today, Courage Kenny, it used to be Sister Kenny, has had an adaptive program at Braemar Golf Course. In 2000, Larry Nelson brought his adaptive program to Braemar. The city, we have a number of programs throughout the year that we do with adaptive lessons run by our PGA professionals, and that's been around for about 30 years. So another event we had this year was in June. We hosted an adaptive tee clinic. And then, again, we're going to be hosting it the big event on the 26th through 28th. Kicking off the weekend for the adaptive event would be a clinic. The MGA has signed up for about 20 adaptive participants to come out for the clinic, and we're going to actually have a couple wild players out there to kick off the weekend. A couple of the goalies, Gustafson and Wallstedt. So it's going to be a fun little event where we're going to have a Happy Gilmore-style putting contest with the big hockey stick putter. So it should be fun. We do have 39 players registered for the event. They wanted 40. I think one person dropped off, but so we do have a full event. There's going to be 3 divisions, a men's division, a senior women, and a women's division. There's going to be seven different impairments categories for here. So it's going to be a really good event. It's a really good test for the golfers that are coming out. We do have players from 15 states coming. We have 12 Minnesota players, so that's going to be fun to root on some of our own hometown talent. 6 of those players qualified for the U.S. Adaptive Open. Max, forgive me, I'm going to pronounce his last name wrong.
Togasala, maybe Togasala.
He's the #1 seeded adaptive player in the world. So we have some really good players coming out. About a couple months ago, we opened it up for the volunteers. We probably saw about 80 people sign up to be a volunteer. We still need a couple more if anybody's interested in coming out. It should be a fun event over the weekend. And that's about it. I just wanted to give you a quick update because we're excited as a staff about it. It is a really good thing. It's a great program to have. We're hoping that, I'm pretty sure this event is going to go very well, and we are hoping to be the permanent site of the Minnesota Adaptive Open going forward. So if you have any questions, I can answer those now.
Yes, Councilmember Jackson has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So congratulations. This is very exciting. If the public want to come watch, what do they do?
They just come out. The tee times start at 8 a.m. on Saturday and 8 a.m. on Sunday. And they are welcome to walk the course and see the different players out there. We'll have tee sheets that we're going to put out to the public to where people can see what time certain players are playing, if there's somebody you want to catch in particular. But you can just come out and walk the grounds and just watch some good golf.
Terrific, thank you.
Yeah, I think this is just a fantastic event for Braemar, and it deserves to be there, I think. With our long history with adaptive golf programs, and if you're out there on a Monday night at the driving range and you see the wonderful time that everybody that's involved in that program is having with various types of disabilities, it's just, it couldn't get any better than what it is on Monday night for them. I think it just, so many joyful people out there that are really enjoying themselves, and our folks are doing such a great job assisting and making sure that they all can get the kind of experience they want out of it. So congratulations for that. When I let the Minnesota Golf Association know today that you were going to make this presentation tonight, they sent a note to me saying that they were so pleased with the level of support they've received from you and your staff, that they couldn't have had a better experience than they're having on preparing for this event than to be working with the Braemar Golf Course staff. So a big compliment coming your way from the MGA.
Thank you very much. I mean, we are super excited about this. This is going to be a fun event, and it's a great event to get these people a chance to participate in a true championship, and I think it's going to go extremely well this coming weekends.
Good. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Joe. Things go from, there's various, the way agendas get framed up, I'll put it this way, things happen in sequence that don't necessarily seem to fall sequentially, and this is one of those circumstances where we just were able to talk about the Adaptive Open and all of the different categories of disability that people have and are still trying to enjoy golf. This brings us then to the events that occurred at Annunciation Catholic School and their community a few weeks ago. No, I think it's about 3 weeks ago. And we've had asked our staff to help put together a resolution pursuant to the suggestion of our colleague, Councilmember Jackson, that would express solidarity and support for the Annunciation Catholic School community, and then calling for our legislators, both state and federal, to take a strong look at, a hard look at whether or not we needed some stronger gun safety protections. And so this resolution 2025-86 has been crafted to try to reflect the suggestion of Councilmember Jackson, and I think the rest of us as well. And I don't know if anybody had any suggestions on it. I'd be more than happy to read it. I don't know if that's necessary. It's not a proclamation per se, but it may be something that we do want to read after we act on it. Does anybody care to move the adoption of Resolution 2025-86?
So moved.
I second.
Member Jackson moves and Member Agnew seconds the adoption of Resolution 2025-86, which expresses solidarity with the Annunciation Catholic School community and calls for stronger gun safety protections. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution is adopted. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas on August 27th, 2025, a horrific act of gun violence shattered the safety of Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, taking young lives and leaving lasting trauma and injury for students, families, and educators. And whereas violence involving firearms is now the leading cause of death among children in the United States, with nearly 7 children dying every day from gunfire. And whereas no parent should have to fear for their child's safety at school, and no child should have to run from gunfire in a place meant for learning, friendship, and growth. And whereas Edina and Minneapolis are deeply connected by roads, families, shared hopes for our children, and when tragedy strikes one, as it did at Annunciation Church, it is felt by us all. And whereas the city of Edina is committed to doing our part at the local level to build safe, resilient communities, and whereas meaningful common sense measures to prevent gun violence are within reach at the federal, state, and local levels, now therefore be it resolved that the Edina City Council expresses its deepest solidarity with the Annunciation Catholic School community, with all families impacted by gun violence, and with every child who deserves to feel safe at school. Be it further resolved that the Edina City Council calls for stronger protections against gun violence and calls on the state of Minnesota and Congress to enact and strengthen state-level protections, which include consideration of the following: ensuring universal background checks on all commercial firearm transfers, strengthening extreme risk protection orders, red flag laws by ensuring timely enforcement, enacting and funding strong safe storage and child access prevention requirements paired with statewide public education campaigns, prohibiting the sale and possession of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, preserving and strengthening Minnesota's permit to purchase and carry licensing system and opposing permitless carry, banning ghost guns, 3D printed firearms, bump stocks, and conversion devices, expanding funding for community violence intervention programs and hospital-based intervention models, and fully funding school and youth mental health services so that trauma does not define our children's future. Be it finally resolved that the Edina City Council affirms cities are ready to partner on these issues, and we therefore call on the Minnesota State Legislature and Congress to engage cities in this work with the urgency, courage, and persistence needed. Our children deserve our best effort together to end gun violence everywhere. And that's the substance of the resolution that we adopted this evening. And thank you for all that input, and thank you for that careful crafting by our staff and the editing that took place as well. Now, Carrie Teague, we've got, see here. No, we're going to go into public hearings, and the first one involves City Manager Scott Neal and Zoe Johnson, our City Management Fellow, who's going to discuss a possible way to deal with our appeal and equalization power at the city level, and whether or not we might want to shift that responsibility over to the county in some form or fashion. So, Manager Neal, do you want to introduce the topic before Ms. Johnson goes ahead with her presentation?
Yes, I would, Mr. Mayor. As you recall, earlier this year, the city took the step of moving forward with a merger of our services, our city assessing services, with those at the county. We've made that move. It's been approved on both ends, both at the county and at the city. So that is moving forward. There is this additional issue about how we handle our local Board of Appeal and Equalization that kind of stems from that previous decision. We have some options. Those options involve having a public hearing, which is why we're here tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to Zoe Johnson, our City Management Fellow, and she can walk through a brief presentation about what our options are. We also have City Assessor and County Assessor both here with us tonight to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Manager Neal. Johnson, welcome.
All right, thank you for the introduction, Manager Neal. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here tonight to talk to you about our local Board of Appeal and Equalization and the options that we have. This is all information that's taken from Hennepin County through a previous presentation that they had done for the city of Greenwood on this topic. So City Council Through Minnesota Statute, Chapter 274, Subdivision 3, you are able to transfer the city's local Board of Appeal and Equalization powers and duties under Subdivision 1 of the same chapter in the state statute to the county board and no longer perform the function of a local board. Public notice is required by the public body to consider this transfer of powers, which is why we're holding a public hearing tonight, and you have a drafted resolution in front of you. And with that, let's first review our current practice of a local Board of Appeal and Equalization. So first, let's talk about taxpayer appearance types. There is at least 10 days notice needed as a requirement before the local board meeting. The assessor must mail a written notice to taxpayers regarding their property's valuation and classification. This 10-day window list is more of a staff task than it is a taxpayer deterrent, if that makes sense, to file an appeal or go to talk to the local board. For assessing staff and taxpayers, both options of a local board and delegating to open book meetings essentially have the same process, but open book meetings simply allow for a longer window to make those appeals for taxpayers, i.e. meaning it's a shorter window to make those appeals for local boards. And if a taxpayer fails to attend a local board meeting, they no longer have the right in statute to appeal at the county board level. So this just talks a little bit about you can have an appearance after communication with an assessor. That's typically before those meeting dates with the local board. And then you have an appearance without communication with the assessor. That's they don't speak to the city assessing staff and they just go straight to the local board and they make their appeal.
Could I interrupt you just for a moment so I understand the process carefully? It's been years ago, the council used to sit as the Board of Appeal and Equalization, and we formed a Board of Appeal and Equalization that's been populated by residents in our community. So just to make sure I understand properly and recall correctly, if a resident has a concern about their estimated market value on their residence for tax purposes, they have to come to the Board of Appeal and Equalization hearing locally to be able to take that appeal to the county.
Correct.
Under the present system.
Correct, because we are designated as a local board city. That's our current process. You must make an appeal at the local board to be able to continue on to the county board for your appeal.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Of course, yep. Moving on, just basics for what the local board can do. Very similar to what the county board can do. Like I said, there's not a lot of differences between these two processes. It's essentially a delegation. So with that, we just talk about reducing the value of a property, increasing the value of a property with due notification, and the like. And the antithesis of that, what can the local board not do? Again, very similar to what the county board cannot do. The biggest thing you should note at the bottom of this slide, the board cannot change an assessment after adjournment. That is consistent with county board powers. So again, just want to reiterate that for taxpayers, these processes will be very similar, if not the same, except for that longer window for them to make an appeal. With that, let's move on to our alternative option if we were to delegate to an open book city. So this is an overview of the open book delegation needs and process. More information about this is included in your item report and drafted resolution that's been included as separate item attachments in your council packet. But essentially, the county assessor must provide alternative means of appeal referred to as open book meeting. So this is done through public process with a public hearing like we've already talked about, covered today, and then we have council adopt a resolution if those powers wish to be transferred to the county, either for a trial period of X number of years, has to be a minimum of 3, that's within state statute, or indefinitely. After that trial period, You can come back with another resolution and say that you want to do another trial period or you want to do it indefinitely. The option is yours again. And then I just have Minnesota statute linked here if you are curious. And we will move on to objectives of the county. So again, this is taken from a presentation from Hennepin County, so they just maintain that customer service is always the goal, and I want to reiterate, because these processes, whether it's a local board or an open book meeting, these processes are very similar, if not identical. It's just, again, that longer window for taxpayers to be able to appeal to assessing or appraisal staff. And again, those powers of what they can and cannot do are essentially the same. This slide is just showing you the 2024 open book schedule. So again, this is outdated, but I just wanted to show you the variety of where they have these open book meetings, and also the final count down below when it comes to residential and commercial attendees of those open book meetings.
So what does this mean? I mean, does this mean if we would adopt this for a limited period of time or indefinitely, having the county take over this responsibility, somebody from Edina would go to a meeting at Richfield, or would there be an open book schedule set up for Edina too?
We have talked about setting up a specific open book meeting in Edina if council does wish to go this route. But like you were saying, Mayor, if I worked in Golden Valley and I lived in Mound, it might be easier for me to go to the open book meeting in Golden Valley and talk about my property in Mound, and that's just fine. I'm meeting with Hennepin County assessing staff, property all the same. It's just whatever's more convenient for the taxpayer, which is a really great value add for this process.
It doesn't matter where they have the meetings, but wherever they have the meetings, a resident from any town can go to one of those meetings.
Correct, as long as they are designated as an open book city. So right now, the city of Edina taxpayers could not go to this open book meeting in Golden Valley.
Sure, understood.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we will move on to our map of Hennepin County open book versus local board cities. This map is included as a separate attachment in your council item packet if you are curious to look at it a little bit deeper. I highlighted this in the item report, but there are 24 cities currently operating with open book meetings, and the other 21 cities operate their own local boards. Also included in this map is the territory of Fort Snelling and MSP Airport, but those are not included in our final counts. And wrapping up here, we're just going to cover some more information on County Board of Appeal and Equalization. And this highlighted text is obviously needs to change and update, but we do not currently have that known timeline yet, so it has not been updated for that engagement. But this is that same number that you can call or email this email to connect with assessing staff at the county. And then this is just more resources provided by the county on this subject matter if you are curious to learn a little bit more about Board of Appeal and Equalization processes. And like Manager Neal stated already, we have City Assessor Sheila Storzinger here tonight, as well as County Assessor Josh Hoogland, to answer any questions that you might have and talk about your concerns when it comes to service level or the transition. But thank you, and we will stand for questions.
Questions for Ms. Johnson at this point? Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me just kind of walk through this. Currently, if I want to challenge the assessment of my home, I call up the assessor's office and we have a conversation. And if it's resolved to my satisfaction, that's the end of the story. Then if it's not, I go before the City Board of Appeals and Equalization. And that's one night, right? In the entire year.
They meet twice, I believe.
Twice?
In April.
Okay.
We have two meetings. The first meeting is a resident's opportunity to speak to the board and let them know what their issues are. And then the second meeting, 2 weeks later, would be the appraisers coming back to the board with their determination and their recommendation.
Okay, so it's a 2-meeting process, but as a resident, I would only have the one night. If I don't show up to that, then I can't further appeal to the county. Is that correct? That I have to make the appeal before the local board under the current system before I can go to the county?
Yes, but you can make your appeal by letter or phone. You can get on the list, especially if you've already talked to us and you say, I don't agree, we would put you on the list.
Okay, so there's sort of this time period after you get your assessment and before the meeting, you have the conversation and you can write in, you can show up, but there's kind of then the door closes after that meeting.
Correct.
And then if the Board of Appeals, the local Board of Appeals, you're still not agreed with that, then you can go to the county and further appeal your assessment. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the open book process, does it work pretty much the same, or it sounds like the time period is more flexible? How is the?
It works exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
They call us, we deal with them, hopefully we resolve it. If we don't resolve it, they can go to the county board. So they just don't have that intermediate step.
Okay, and is
Going to
that
local board.
the board that Member Pierce sits on? Were you on the, yeah. So there's a county panel.
Yeah.
That you can, again, write in or appear in person, and then the door shuts when that hearing is over.
When that closes, it's shut.
Okay,
for
okay,
everybody.
but there's no second appeal
No.
after that. That's, the decision is the decision.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Ragland, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Josh Hoagland, County Assessor. I was just going to add to what Sheila said. I think the biggest trade-off is the amount of flexibility. You know, there's no requirement. They don't have to call us by any certain time to then go to the county board. And statutorily, the county board has to be held sometime after the second Friday in June, statutory language. It has to convene within 10 days or prior to June 30th. So that extends, local boards are typically in the month of April throughout the month. So that would be the deadline to appeal. If somebody lost their notice, didn't see it until after that board adjourned, there's nothing statutorily that we would have the authority to do. If they found at any time within April or May and gave us a call and attended that county board, or were able to resolve it earlier, we can still make that change.
Okay, other questions at this point in time? All right. And it looks like you've got these meeting locations in these particular cities that are part of this process, but you also do a virtual meeting.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Yep. If I would say that, so last year we had approximately 38 people attend those 5 meetings throughout the county. And I would like to attribute that to our amount of advertising and customer service and resolving a lot of questions and concerns in advance of those scheduled meetings.
I think it said 38 or something like that attended. Okay. And then these open book locations, are they consistent year after year after year?
They're not. In fact, Brooklyn Center was a new city that went to open book last year. So this year we converted from Golden Valley City Hall to move it a little closer geographically to the Crystal Community Center.
So if Edina went to the open book route or took the recommendation of staff here and had you do this work, you may or may not have Edina designated as a location where there's a hearing.
Mr. Mayor, if we can find a room in City Hall, we would happily take it.
We'll find you a room in City Hall. Yeah, that's not a problem.
I get Ms. Johnson's point that somebody who lives in Edina might work in Golden Valley and they could drop into Golden Valley, but I also understand that a lot of people would rather come to the City Hall here based on past practice. So anything else, Mr. Hoagland, that we need to know about this distinction in the two processes, and we appreciate your willingness to take on this additional responsibility too. But just wanted to make sure that our residents are treated appropriately here on any concerns they might have about their estimated market value.
Yep. The only thing I'll add is our commitment to providing customer service and responsiveness and working with taxpayers. And if at the end we ultimately don't have an agreement on what the value should be or understanding of how the process works, they still have that due process at the county level.
Okay, good. Any other questions from council members at this point in time? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Sheila. This is a public hearing matter. I'm going to open this up now for potential testimony from residents or interested parties that wish to comment on this proposal that could potentially transfer local board authority of appeal and equalization power and duty to Hennepin County.
Good evening. My name is Nora Davis, and I live at 6921 Southdale Road in the Lake Cornelia neighborhood. And again, the bears love the goldfish from Lake Cornelia. I just want to express a little bit of concern about the loss of personal service with the open book. Who would the people be that would be sitting where you are during an open book? Would it be anyone that knew the community or have any idea? That would be uncomfortable, I would think, for an Edina resident to go to Golden Valley and talk to people about property in Edina when those people up there don't know anything about Edina. I think it's important that they have an idea of the community and how the community works. And about Hennepin County, it's interesting, you call assessing in Edina and somebody picks up the phone. You call Hennepin County and you go into a phone tree and no one ever picks up a phone, and you wait and wait and wait and wait. And then that person calls you back and you miss the call, so then the whole process starts all over again. And I'm thinking what it would do is people would not go through the process. And I think people have the right to go through the process. And I think we need to maintain that personal contact with the people that live here and pay taxes here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Maybe we could ask Mr. Hooland about that personal service, that personal touch. So if hypothetically we did this and we were an open book city, who would populate the meeting to explain things to people or answer their questions?
Mr. Mayor, depending on the community that we're holding the meeting within, it's primarily going to be staffed by appraisers working in that city. So for instance, staff appraisers working in the city of Edina would be primarily who's here. But because anybody across the county can attend those discussions, we're going to have other appraisers from other communities. Last year, for instance, or this year, for instance, we held the open book meeting in the city of Plymouth. Had a lot of members of the Lake Minnetonka community show up. So we made sure that we had those appraisers that understood those areas there as well. So it's basically a large eclectic group of our appraisal staff that can hopefully handle almost anybody that shows up.
What's the concern Ms. Davis raised about ability to communicate through the phone system?
I'd have to look at that. There is a phone tree that directs taxpayers directly to the appraiser assigned to their parcel by entering their property identification number. I would need a little bit more information to respond to that specific scenario, though.
Okay, so maybe you could tell us how that system's designed now. Somebody calls in, Ms. Davis calls in, and she thinks her property's been overly valued.
Yes,
for
Mayor,
taxation purposes.
If you call into the county assessor phone number, you'll get a phone tree that asks if you're requesting information related to property tax programs such as homestead or have a valuation or classification concern. If you select that homestead and program, you're going to go to then you're asked to enter your 13-digit property identification number. If you select the first option, you'll go to that technician that's responsible for programs within that jurisdiction for that particular parcel. If you select valuation or classification, then you're directed to the appraisal staff that's responsible for that parcel. Our response time policy is within 24 hours to get back in touch and answer the phone if we can. Okay. Obviously, during high volume times, such as the spring, when value notices are out in mailboxes, that's sometimes difficult.
All right, thank you for that. Other questions at this point in time? Okay, thanks. Anybody else wish to testify regarding this matter? All right, do we have anybody online that wishes to testify?
No, sir, I do not.
Let me ask Manager Neal a question. With every other public hearing matter in front of us this evening, We've got a recommendation from staff to close the public hearing at noon on Sunday, September 28th, and continue the action to the October 7th City Council meeting. We didn't do that in this particular circumstance. Were you thinking that you wanted to deal with this issue this evening?
No, our intent was that it be on your agenda on October 7th for an action.
Okay.
7th?
So potentially handle this matter the way we were handling the other ones this evening. All right. So I'm not going to close the public hearing, but I'm going to entertain a motion from any of my colleagues that we close the public hearing on this matter involving the potential transference of local board authority of appeal and equalization power and duty to Hennepin County. Continue that matter and close it at noon on Sunday, September 28th, and continue the action to the October 7th City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved. I second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Agnew seconds. The motion is stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Mayor, a point of clarification. I think they're asking for approval tonight, according to the motion that I see here. It looks
No, we're
like
not
it.
asking
No?
for approval tonight.
Oh, okay,
No.
thank you.
We're postponing it till, that's the issue we just went through. Yeah, to decide whether or not we're going to do it tonight or on October 7th. So, okay. Let me take that vote again, just to be clear. All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. That matter will now be taken up. We're going to leave the record open until noon on Sunday, September 28th, and continue the action to the October 7th City Council meeting. And this is regard to the potential transference of local board authority of appeal and equalization power and duty to Hennepin County. Thanks, everybody, for being here on this issue. And we'll take this up again on October 7th. The next matter we have in front of us is the potential approval of a subdivision at 6417 Warren Avenue. Director Teague.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members. Property is located west of Highway 100, south of the Crosstown, located in a predominantly single-family residential neighborhood with a Normandale Park to the south. Here is a look at the site. This picture is taken from Warren. You can see there's a retaining wall that's got some trees growing through it. Here's a look from the intersection of 64th and Warren, the subject property. So it's a lot of woods, overgrown brush. A look at the site, it is somewhat oversized compared to the neighborhood. However, this area, all of this area was platted with 50-foot wide lots. However, when the neighborhood developed, people purchased 2, 3, and in this instance, 4 lots, combined them, and put a house on it. What the proposal is this evening is to subdivide that property into 2 lots. They would tear down that existing residence. The site's currently served off of 64th Street, the driveway located here. The applicant has provided 2 alternatives for how the site could be accessed and graded. This is the first alternative, which would be a shared driveway, utilizing that existing driveway off of 64th. If they choose this option, they would need to establish an access easement over Lot 1 to provide that access to Lot 2. The second option is to cut in a new access off of Warren, and then utilize the existing access for the Lot 1 to the north. These are code compliant lots. The building pads that are shown here would meet all of our setback requirements. Within Edina, as you know, the minimum lot size is established by the median of single-family lots within 500 feet, and these 2 lots meet those medians for lot area, width, and depth. Here is a look at the final plat itself, again establishing 2 lots over the existing 1. A couple of issues that came up at the Planning Commission. One is in regard to this retaining wall. The property owner to the south had indicated the potential that there was an easement over that retaining wall and that the city had maintained it over the years. doing some research with Director Milner. There's not an easement over that, and it's not a retaining wall that the city has maintained over the years. So it is the property owner's responsibility for that. In fact, it's in such poor condition that Director Milner is recommending that that retaining wall be removed, and the applicant is planning on doing that. Second issue that came up, the property owner here at 6400 Mildred had asked about whether there was a survey done on the site. And yes, there was. This is one of those surveys here. The concern they had was the applicant had gone in and removed this tree right here. Staff met with this property owner. It appears to me that that tree is on the adjacent property. So the property owner and the developer are going to meet, and the developer intends to make good by that tree removal. Although first, the surveyor is going to go out there and mark the property lines. It looks like that tree could be right on the lot line. Nonetheless, that is something that needs to be worked out between the property owner and the developer. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this subdivision, as does staff, but the recommendation this evening is to close the public hearing at noon on Sunday, September 28th, and then continue the action to October 7th. Mr. Tim Bellin is here. He doesn't have a formal presentation, but is here to answer any questions that you may have. With that, I'll turn it back to the City Council for discussion.
Great, thank you for that. Mr. Bellin, do you have anything you wanted to add at all without making a formal presentation?
No, just thanks for your time and considering this.
Yeah, just come up here, yeah, to the side podium, I think. You don't need that. And introduce yourself too, please.
My name's Tim Bellin. I'm the owner of Bellin Construction. I'm a residential home builder. I've now been working in the city of Edina for about 10 years. I typically have 2 or 3 new construction projects going at all times in the city of Edina. So I'm pretty familiar with the processes and ordinances and codes in the city. I have done one other lot split in the city of Edina that was approved about 4 or 5 years ago. So I think we're just trying to improve the property that's there. Like I said, we've agreed to take on the retaining wall work and the development to try to clean up the site that's out there. Just appreciate your time in considering this project.
You have a personal preference on the access on the 2 lots?
I would rather split the driveways and have personally, we'd rather put the new driveway in off of Warren just to give each homeowner their own access and not having to deal with an easement of driveway. So, it's a lot more work for us to do it that way, but I feel like it's a better system long run, so.
Any staff recommendation or planning commission recommendation relative to the shared driveway versus the separate drives?
Yeah, not a specific recommendation either way, other than if they do choose that shared driveway arrangement, that an easement needs to be established on that northern lot.
Okay, good. Councilmember Jackson, I think, has a question or a comment.
They answered it.
Oh, okay. Anyone else on council have a question at this point in time? All right, this is a public hearing matter. I'm going to now open it up. Go ahead, Mr. Bellin. You can sit down and stand by, and there may be some questions you need to answer, but we'll see. Is anyone in the audience who wishes to testify regarding this matter? On this proposed subdivision, lot subdivision? Okay. Hearing nothing, seeing no one coming forward, let me check with Director Benarott, see if we have anybody online.
I don't have anyone online, but because there is a brief delay in the broadcast, I would recommend that we wait 1 minute or so before moving forward. That gives people time to call in if they'd like. My clock shows that it's 8:27. I'll come back to you at 8:28 or when I have a caller, whichever is first.
Thank you.
It is now 8:28, and I still don't have a caller, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with the agenda.
All right, very good. Council member, staff is recommending that we take this matter up at our October 7th City Council meeting, and so the motion would be to close the public hearing at noon on Sunday, September 28th, and continue the action to the October 7th City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Member Pierce moves, Member Jackson seconds the motion to close the public hearing in this matter at noon on Sunday, September 28th, and continue the action to the October 7th City Council meeting. Any further discussion on the motion as stated? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. The motion is adopted. This matter will remain open for further public input until noon on Sunday, September 28th, and we'll take it up at the October 7, 2025 City Council meeting. Mr. Bellin, thank you for being here this evening. All right, very good. The next public hearing matter we have involves the property at 5036 France Avenue South. And Addison Lewis, our Community Development Coordinator, has this matter. And the property owner, Ryan Burnett, is with us as well. And this is, again, a public hearing matter. Welcome, Mr. Lewis.
Good evening. All right, good evening, Mayor, members of council. So this is a site plan review and variance at 5036 France Avenue South. Here's a look at the subject property in the 50th and France district, just south of 50th and on the west side of France. The property is currently occupied by Cocina del Barrio restaurant. The property is zoned Planned Commercial District 2, which allows for a variety of commercial and retail uses, including restaurants. The property is guided mixed-use center in the comprehensive plan, which is described as established or emerging mixed-use districts serving areas larger than one neighborhood and beyond city boundaries. The primary uses include retail, office, service, multifamily, residential, and institutional uses. Here are some photos of the building as it is today. Here's a look from the south side of the building, from the parking lot in the adjacent bank, and from the rear of the property, from the alley. And so here's a look at what's being proposed. The applicant states in their narrative that the existing building is due for an update and a partial second floor addition is proposed as part of the improvement. The existing building would remain largely as it is now with updates to the entry door and building color. The second floor addition is approximately 1,508 square feet of gross floor area and would consist of a gabled glass conservatory that would house additional dining and bar space. There is no off-street parking existing or proposed on the property. Here's just an additional rendering showing what it would look like. There is a second floor terrace here that they stated would not be accessible to customers of the restaurant. That would just be for plants and vegetation to kind of enhance the appearance of the building. So as I mentioned, here's that glass conservatory part of the structure, and then you see from the side view here, a lot of the side and also the rear of the building would be brick to match the first story. So the proposal requires the following two requests: site plan review, as well as a variance from section 361311 and 361312 to allow floor area ratio of approximately 1.2 without providing additional off-street parking spaces where a FAR up to 1 is allowed before additional off-street parking spaces must be provided. The proposal results in a parking stall variance of 14 stalls. So here's a look at our compliance table to just show you that the proposed addition would comply with all building setbacks, building height, the overall floor area ratio for the property, and the building materials. It's just the parking stall variance of 14 stalls. So looking at our parking requirements in the code, section 361311 requires restaurants provide at least one space for each 100 square feet of indoor floor area, plus one space for each employee on the major shift. And then section 361312 states, parking for uses in the 50th and France commercial node may rely on the city parking ramps with a floor area ratio up to 1 as defined in section 3610. Uses exceeding 1 must provide additional off-street parking spaces for square footage above 1. And just to give some context, that FAR requirement goes back to 1978. Just before that, the city had adopted a master plan for 50th and France that identified a number of parcels for redevelopment, and soon after that, the city realized that the parking ramps could not accommodate every parcel redeveloping to the maximum FAR of 1.5, and that there was a need to develop a policy that would distribute the parking to all property owners in a way that was fair. So yesterday, the applicant submitted a shared parking agreement with the adjacent landowner at 5050 France Avenue, that's the BMO Harris Bank location, to utilize the 31 parking stalls on that property. With a valet service, the applicant is showing that they can fit up to 39 to 45 cars on that property. Just a reminder, they only need a variance for 14 stalls, so it's much more than what they're required to provide by code. A copy of that agreement was emailed to the City Council and added to the meeting packet. The applicant states that the hours of the bank, which are 9 to 5 Monday through Friday and 9 to 12 on Saturday, will not overlap with the proposed operating hours of the new restaurant, which is proposed to be open for dinner hours starting at 5 p.m., and that lunch will not be offered. The city code does allow for shared parking through private agreements between property owners, but there are certain requirements, including that the agreement run with the land and be recorded against the property. It doesn't appear that that will be the case here, as the agreement allows the adjacent landowner to terminate the agreement with 90 days written notice. The applicant has also stated that they'll be offering incentives and transit passes for employees to further reduce parking demand. The property is adjacent to Metro Transit Route 46, as well as the new E-line, which is scheduled to open in December of this year. Without the shared parking agreement, or if the parking agreement were to be terminated in the future, customers that drive to the restaurant are likely to park in the south ramp adjacent to the property. And we do have data in those ramps on the occupancy, and data from the south ramp indicate that 73 spaces are available on the average Friday and Saturday evening. And then since our planning commission meeting last week, staff also looked at the north and central ramp as well and found that between all three ramps, there should be about 327 spaces available on an average Friday or Saturday. The applicant's parking study indicated that the additional demand from the floor area above 1 is 16 spaces. So just to be very clear, from this variance, we do not anticipate that there would be any kind of parking shortage. So Minnesota statutes in section 3698 of the Edina zoning ordinance require that a variance shall not be granted unless the following findings are made. So I'll just walk through this criteria here individually and give you the staff finding as well. So the first is that the variance would be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the ordinance. The staff finding is that the parking ramps at 50th and France are a shared resource, and the FAR restriction is intended to distribute the available parking fairly among all the properties in the district. If a use is allowed to exceed a FAR of 1, it would arguably be using more than its fair share of the district parking. And if all properties were allowed to exceed a FAR of 1, it's possible that there could be a parking shortage. So staff do not find that criteria to be met. Secondly is that the variance would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The 50th and France small area plan specifically references this FAR limit and notes that the existing parking supply is insufficient to accommodate an increase in demand from additional redevelopment. The plan states developments in the study area will need to either provide their own parking or public-private agreements will need to be reached on how to meet the increased demand. As I mentioned, a private agreement for shared parking has been provided to us. However, it does not meet all of the requirements of the code. So for this one, we're saying this criteria is potentially met. The property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by the zoning ordinance. The staff finding is that the applicant is proposing a relatively small addition that requires additional parking. The applicant states that the addition is necessary to make the business viable, and there is no space on the property to provide additional parking, so staff find the request to be reasonable. Next is that the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner. In this case, the plight of the landowner is that there's no space on the existing property to provide additional parking. However, this is true for most of the buildings at 50th and France and is not unique to the subject property. It's possible that the city could receive similar variance requests from other property owners in the district. So we cannot say that this criteria is met. If these types of expansions are desired by the city, staff recommend exploring amending the code so that the same opportunity would be available to all property owners in the district. And that's probably worth taking a look at, just given, the data I mentioned shows there is a lot of excess capacity in those ramps. We have the opening of the E-line here in December. It's been 6 years since that small area plan was done. That sort of reaffirmed the need for that floor area ratio standard. We've adopted a climate action plan since then that has aggressive goals for increasing transit ridership and reducing vehicle miles traveled, as well as the overwhelming amount of public support for this project that we've seen. Next is that the variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the locality. So, given the floor area of the addition is relatively small compared to the total commercial floor area in the district, this variance alone is not likely to have a significant impact on the amount of available parking most hours of the day, most days of the week. And data from the south ramp indicate that 73 spaces are available during peak time on the average Friday and Saturday. The applicant's parking study indicated an additional demand for 16 stalls on the average Friday evening for the floor area above an FAR of 1. So we do find that criteria to be met. So today the staff recommendation is a motion to close the public hearing at noon Sunday, September 28th, 2025, and continue action to the October 7th, 2025 meeting. On October 7th, 2025, the staff recommendation is for denial of the requested variance and site plan, just due to the findings related to the variance. However, we have drafted findings for approval for you as well in the staff report. On September 10th, 2025, the Planning Commission voted 5-1 to recommend approval of the site plan and variance with an added condition that additional bike parking be considered. So with that, I'd be happy to take questions. The applicant is also here as well, and we'd be happy to give you a presentation.
Thanks for that presentation, very thorough. Let me check to see if anyone has questions for you. Yes.
First, a comment.
Mercer.
I do appreciate how staff will be encouraged to use transit, but as I look at other restaurants, in my experience going to 50th and France, I always park in the ramp. When I go to Edina Grill, when I go to Salou, Raku, it's just, this site sort of stands out in that it actually does have some parking. So I'm just kind of wondering if you could comment on that. And there's also restaurants across the street in Minneapolis that probably use our parking ramps.
Yeah, so I'll actually respond to that second point you just made first about, Edina historically has provided a lot of the parking, and you're right. It's very likely that customers going to businesses on the Minneapolis side do park in Edina. We know that Minneapolis does not have parking requirements. I think they have much more liberal zoning that allows much more development, so it's likely that, a property on that side of the border could do an expansion without, this barrier of the parking requirement. The parking is not actually on the property of this property owner. It's an agreement that they have with the property owner next door. We do have standards in the code about shared parking agreements. This doesn't quite meet those, but given the other factors, you may be comfortable with it.
The other comment, and just in terms of 50th and France, I'm pulling a blank. I know outside of Lund's, there's bike racks. Are there bike racks nearby in the restaurant area?
I think there actually is a bike rack in the public right-of-way right in front of the restaurant currently that you might be able to see. I think there are like 3 bike racks right here. Those are the only ones that I know of, but there could be others.
I guess just with the new route coming down, and I'm looking at Rebecca, like wondering if there's any sort of plan to encourage residents to bike or walk or take mass transit to 50th and France. I know we would always walk sort of on date night with the kids. We'd go over a mile from our house because then we earned our, movie and dinner, and then we'd walk home, and it was great. But I don't know if you could speak to whether there's more of an emphasis on alternative transit with that new route coming in.
So Member Risser, I can speak to that. Andrew Scipione has recently walked the district with Brian Dreamer and Rebecca, and they looked for locations to put in more bike racks to support bikes. So I was just down there at the business meeting on Friday, and we had a business owner chase me out of the door and say, we need more bike racks, and she was looking for some, and specifically in front of her business. So That review of bike racks is happening right now.
Excellent, thank you.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, thank you. This is a general question. As we're looking at updating the code, is this something, the requirement for parking at 50th and France, that it will be included in that review?
It's certainly something that we could do. I think it would be good to get some direction from council on, whether that's something you're interested in, and then, kind of what level of study and analysis of the ramps do you want us to do, to give you information to make an informed decision on what that should be. So it's probably a bigger conversation for another day, where we would come back and probably ask you to give us a little more direction on that.
I'm going to ask that you put it in the hopper of potential issues in the future, because here we've got a fact scenario, and I want it to be fair for all the different businesses at 50th and France. I think
You want them to put it in the parking lot?
I want to put it in the parking lot, yes. All right, thank you.
I just have...
It's been 9 o'clock yet.
right. I just had one question. When you gave the available parking spaces in the district parking, did that include the fact that Edina Grill is closing and that restaurant will now be a jewelry store? That space is expanding, and so it won't be another restaurant.
So that was just data mostly based off of the last 9 months, and then so the data in our system for last fall 2024, it looked like there was an issue with the system. So I actually looked at the 3 months from like September to the end of the year from 2023. So it's about 12 months worth of data from the last year. So obviously the restaurant, I think, has been open that whole time. So no, it would not reflect that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Agnew, anything at this point in time?
Do you know of any other properties within the area that had been exploring potential expansions that didn't pursue it because of parking constraints?
I have not heard of any. I don't know. No, Director T. No. Okay. No, we have not.
And then kind of based off of the relative increase to this site, 14 additional stalls are required for this site. Knowing that there's roughly 300 additional parking stalls at the evening hours of Friday and Saturdays, I think what you said, we could feasibly accommodate 20 such projects within the area before we ran out of parking.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. Yep.
Okay. I do think it's going to be important for us to, I think as Member Jackson was saying, like look at this area and potentially come up with some revisions in general. But I don't think that this is going to really take a big dent into the parking that we have. But I do want to explore, because I'm curious if there were other projects, right, that they were like, oh, we couldn't get it approved, so let's not even pursue it. I do want to make it more equitable and continue to foster more investment and more development within that area. So thank you.
I think Councilmember Agnew and Councilmember Jackson making a great point here that I think we're on the cusp of becoming a kind of a culinary hub down at 50th and France if we do this right. And to think about a Friday or Saturday night and 300 plus empty spaces available in those ramps, that means there's a lot of business to be had down there. And so it's something worth thinking about, because we don't want to be discouraging people from coming. We're thinking about expanding because of what looks like to be the FAR may be low. I'm not, there hasn't been a study yet, but to the point you were making yourself, provided us with this information, something I think worth looking at. And then the fact that the adjoining property owner is offering 31 stalls. Yeah, it doesn't run with the land. But if you knew the adjoining property owner, you'd know it'd be a pretty tight agreement. So anyway, this is a public hearing. I think anybody else have questions for Mr. Lewis, at this point in time, we'll open it up for some public testimony. I think Mr. Burnett's here.
Yep.
And I think he'd want to make a comment about this matter, and then others, I see others in the audience as well who may wish to testify.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
council
Bennett,
members,
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Ryan Burnett. I am the building owner of 5036 France and been the owner of Cocina del Barrio for the past 15 years. In the back there, we have my business partner, Danny Del Prado, and our team, our architect, and Jerry Wolf, who helps us with our operations, so they're here in support as well. I'll try not to be redundant because you guys covered quite a bit, and I think you hopefully have this deck, but if not, I think it'll be emailed to you. To start with, why this concept, why now? Having been on that block for 15 years, I've been able to watch what's been going on, and it's been somewhat of a slow death for Salud, Edina Grill, and Barrio. And we've seen it coming for a while, and the recent news about the 2 other restaurants on the block was not a shock to me, because we were feeling the same pain. So my love for the block, my love for the area, you know, and closing a restaurant was not something I took lightly. So I went to Danny, who is, in my mind, one of the best, if not the best restaurant operator in town. And I wanted to create something that would bring back some vibrancy to the block that I think is sorely needed. It's an opportunity to reset and bring back identity to that block and to really help the co-tenancy of everyone in that district and rise to sea level. Touching briefly on the experience, you know, a fresh coat of paint and a couple different changes of appetizers or drinks is not going to do it. Having lived this, having this been my business now for north of 18 years with different concepts throughout town, we both knew that we needed to make something somewhat bold and something unique to the Twin Cities to drive the vitality needed for this particular building. And while it comes with a hefty price tag, the concept of being able to have a glass rooftop that is open all year round and is a totally different experience than you'd really get anywhere else in town, we knew we had to do. And you know, the images do some justice, but not really when it's open to actually experience what it's going to be. We're going to have live trees in there. We're going to have, it's just going to be completely unique to anything that we've seen. So we see it as a landmark that's going to draw visitors, media attention, and community pride. An important part about this is our alignment with the 50th and France comp plan. And we hit on 6 points. Connectivity in public realm. With the year-round dining atrium, it's going to connect the guests to nature in the neighborhood, and it's a gathering place that's going to strengthen the community life. The building design and the density scale, adding the second story by responsibly reusing the existing structure and preserving street charm. Economic vitality, I think this really helps reinforce the 50th and France as a premier metro dining hub, like you said, Mr. Mayor. The urban design and character, a glass rooftop is unique to the Twin Cities, creating a destination draw. Site sustainability, adaptive reuse minimizes carbon footprint by retaining existing building materials. And last, on the 50th and France alignment of the comp plan is access, parking, and movement. So the valet services reduces pressure on the city and the street parking. As previously discussed, we're asking for a variance of 14 spots. And to satisfy this, I think we've gone, in my humble opinion, above and beyond and reached an agreement with our neighbor, where we can easily fit 45 spaces there. Valet, off-street, and I think it helps the dining experience in that area, and I feel it shows the sincerity of how we want to approach this project and the seriousness that we're taking what this variance is. It does not necessarily comply with I believe it has to be a 30-year lease, but what it does show is a testament to how neighbors are working together to help raise the sea level, again, as I said earlier, for the area. And my neighbor has been nothing but great to work with on that. And I think he, alongside all of the other co-tenants that we have in the district, have shown an outpouring of support for us. In my presentation, it talks about the 327 parking stalls, so I'm gonna leave that one for the fact that it's 9 o'clock now. And as you said, Councilmember Pierce, with Edina Grill closing in 200 seats and potentially Salute, there's a lot more vacancy that's going to be coming. So I feel that we are, we're excited to work with the city on this project, and I believe parking has been something we've taken seriously and will handle. Last part, second to last. As I just said earlier, we've had unsolicited outpouring of support that we didn't fully expect. And it's been not only from the residents of the area, but residents of Edina holistically, as well as all of the businesses that share the parking. I believe you guys have received some emails as well, but it's been overwhelming, and it felt good. I mean, it really helped reinforce how we felt about what we're going to hopefully be doing. So the outpouring is still coming our way, and it shows a sense of pride in the area. So our commitment, we believe this building will be the linchpin for revitalizing that block and bringing the right energy back to that block. We're closing Barrio on October 1st. It's done, and if, as opposed to losing 3 restaurants, we can gain something that will hopefully plant a flag for what's yet to come for Edina. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burnt. Let me check to see if anybody has any questions on the council for you at this point in time. All right, good. Stand by. You can leave that microphone. I don't think you want to take that to the back row and have us listening on any of your conversations back there. So this is a public hearing matter. I'm going to open it up for public testimony. And if anyone desires to come forward and testify, I think Ms. Sorensen's here for a reason, not just to be an observer, but
Yeah, thank you.
you won't need that at the side podium unless you have something.
No, this is great.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Rebecca Sorensen, 4304 Eaton Place. I'm the director of 50th and France, and I oversee the 150 businesses at the intersection of 50th and France. I'm here on behalf of those businesses to bring our full support of this project. We are very excited about Americana, presented by Ryan Burnett and Daniel Del Prado. This project will bring the energy and vitality our district needs at this time. It's impeccably designed. It's going to be open at 5 o'clock when most businesses will be closed. And since parking seems to be the main issue here, I just want to reiterate that we have steps away, not just the south ramp, but I'm glad that staff investigated the center ramp and the north ramp, because I think originally that wasn't taken into consideration, and I brought that up with the Planning Commission. And we like to say, and if you just look at 50th and France Instagram, I do a video showing 1,000 free parking spots at 50th and France, and really encourage everyone to spread the word about the parking. I think people, when they don't see it on street, think it doesn't exist. It's embedded in those ramps. We have a lot of wonderful free parking, and especially after 5 o'clock. The secured valet service, the bike racks. I'm so thrilled that there was progress made at the last Planning Commission meeting, and we had this meeting on Friday, and that's being pursued as we went around with Andrew and looked at locations for more bike parking. We do see see an increase in bikers at 50th and France. We love to see that. And the E-line, you advocated for the E-line. We went through the construction of the E-line. We got on the other side of it, and it will be opening in December as a new enhanced bus line. I'm already seeing more ridership. I'm working with Metro Transit to promote more ridership to our district, and we plan to help with the unveiling in December at 50th and France. I also just want to point out, if you're concerned about parking, just across the street is an underutilized lot, the Ewing lot on the Minneapolis side. We rarely see people using that lot, but it is there. And I think there are, at least 100 parking spots in that lot as well. And it's even with restaurants in that area, it's always underutilized. And then ride sharing. Many of Daniel Del Prado's restaurants are accessed with Uber and Lyft. We see many of his clientele arriving that way at some of his other restaurants. So we're just excited about the new foot traffic, the new renewed interest in the district, and reinforcing the work that we're doing at 50th and France as a vibrant, walkable destination we think our community treasures. It's a draw for many people when they come to our area. I also want to just reinforce what community partners they are. Tonight, they're doing 10% of sales at their other restaurant, Dexter's, and all of Daniel Del Prado's restaurants to Annunciation. They also last week did another percentage of sales, I think it was also 10%, to the Edina Education Fund for mental health support. This is a real community partner. We know that with Americana, we're going to see more of that in our district and our community as well. So again, just thank you so much, and I really hope this goes forward. Let me know if you have any questions.
Yes, let's see if anybody has any questions for you. Thanks for being here this evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Del Prado, you want to come forward? We wanted to kind of meet you anyway. Well, can you come forward anyway? I would like to thank you for what you're doing at the 50th and France neighborhood. Not only Dexter's, which is Minneapolis, but it's right there. But the Lynn Hall, you're going to take over that operation. We heard turning.
I love the location. I love that area. I live. Yes.
Yeah, this is your chance at a little promo here.
Okay. Yeah.
On the Lynn Hall, you're going to reopen it as what?
Yes. Well, no, we are really excited about this project. Like when Ryan approached me, I see that part of town like. It's going through a transition, it happens a lot with parts of town, and I think there's an opportunity there to just bring that area to where I think it can be. I mean, I love the area as it is right now and the restaurants there, but I think, I want to be part of what is next. I think I'm not that young, but, for the younger part of it.
Yeah,
so,
you are.
Yeah. We are excited about it, and thank you for your time, and thank you for the support. We have a lot of support from a lot of people. I'm pretty shy, so.
Very good. Yeah, thanks for being here tonight to support Mr. Burnett.
Thank you for everything you've done.
And thinking about that investment too is great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else in the audience wish to testify? Okay, let's see if we have anybody online. Okay, a disappointed no. Yeah, all right. Well, staff is recommending that we leave this matter open for further public input until noon on Sunday, September 28th, and then continue the action to the October 7th, 2025 City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Pierce moves. Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the motion stated, which would leave the public hearing in this matter open until noon on September 28th, 2025, and continue the action to our October 7, 2025 meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion's carried, and we will take this up on October 7th. Thank you, everybody, for being here this evening. And then we've got a couple more to go that are more internal oriented. One is, I guess they're both water related. One is a potential amendment regarding stormwater management, and the one following that, or actually the one preceding that, is potential changes to the code on floodplain districts. So we're going to take that matter up first. And Jessica Wilson, our Water Resources Manager, is here to talk about that one.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you. My name is Jessica Wilson. I'm the Water Resources Manager and the Certified Floodplain Manager for the community. And then Ross Bittner is also here, Engineering Services Manager. So this first one is our floodplain districts amendment. And so we have two separate but related ordinance revisions. So just a real quick on what's the difference between these two. Both are centered on no adverse impact principles and a good neighbor approach. The floodplain districts ordinance update utilizes elevation to reduce exposure and is focused on limiting flood losses and damages. The stormwater management ordinance is more about controlling runoff and providing assurances for long-term functionality of the control measures. So the recommendation is to close the public input at noon on September 28th and continue action to the October 7th meeting regarding this ordinance amendment. And the purpose of the update is to incorporate our local floodplain development policy, an element of the flood risk reduction strategy, to incorporate a more recent state model ordinance, and to incorporate a letter of map revision or LOMR panel that was recently approved by FEMA. Planning Commission heard these proposed updates and unanimously recommended approval. So how did we get here? 1980, City of Edina joined the National Flood Insurance Program and adopted some minimum standards at that time. Maps have been updated in 2004 and 2016 following reissuance of maps. In 2017, 2018, we developed our own visualization of that and published an interactive map. And then in 2018, we had a water resources management plan update. This was in the midst of the wettest decade on record, following a peak period of residential redevelopment, and we heard loud and clear from council and residents that there was a desire for more transformative progress on flooding and drainage issues, which led to the promise to develop that flood risk reduction strategy. So we have two maps here. On the left is those regional areas. This is what has been in code for a long time, since 1980, with some minor changes over time. And the ordinance amendment is going to incorporate our local flood areas that are defined in the city model. So you can see that it extends to a lot more areas for several reasons. We have more detailed landform data. We have more updated precipitation data. We can get more detailed on our local storm sewer network. And then we can annually incorporate any changes on the landscape into that model. So that local flood areas is what's being added. We know it's getting wetter and we're having more intense storms. The 2010s was the wettest decade on record. This next graph, this is the new home permit history for the past several decades, where you can see in that same time frame of the 2010s where we're seeing a peak in residential redevelopment. And so these forces all coming together led us to developing that flood risk reduction strategy. So in 2018, we made a promise in the plan to develop that strategy. 2019 convened a task force. 2020 had our flood risk reduction strategy was adopted by the City Council. And then in 2022, the Water Resources Management Plan was amended to incorporate that new policy, the flood risk reduction strategy. So since 2022, we've been implementing those policies for redevelopment. So what we're proposing tonight is to codify those things that we've been doing since the time of that amendment in 2022. This council knows well the flood risk reduction strategy. We've talked to you about it many times. That strategy is to comprehensively reduce the risk throughout the community, and the area of work that is the subject of the conversation tonight is that regulation area of work, where we acknowledge competing demands of land use and address drainage, groundwater, and surface water issues. We help people solve issues without harming another. So in this new local flood area district that we're incorporating into the code, these are things that we've been implementing through policy since 2022, and this is to codify those policies. So we're referencing the data that we're using in this interactive water resources map that's available on the city website. We have standards for below-grade garages and parking outside of R1 and R2 zoning districts. We have a local flood area district that is created that specifies minimum low opening elevations in local flood areas, low floor elevations adjacent to ponding basins, and low floor elevations adjacent to in areas that are landlocked. In landlocked basins are those areas where there's not a natural, where there's not an outlet. Water can only leave through evaporation, infiltration, or setting up a temporary pumping operation, and these areas are particularly vulnerable to prolonged high water, especially during wet periods when groundwater levels are high, like we all lived through in that the 20-teens. There's also an option for site-specific standards where you can essentially trade a practice that would reduce your exposure for an alternative that would reduce your vulnerability. So it's still a net reduction in flood risk, but a little bit more flexibility in those local areas on how you achieve that. And there's certain conditions on where and when that makes the most sense to do. We don't have that flexibility in those regional flood areas, but in local ones we do. We also have a flood fill standard that essentially follows this good neighbor, no adverse impact approach. So it's possible if you can prove that you can do it without harming another. And then we also have watershed districts that regulate fill as well. So the purpose, again, of the update here is to incorporate that local floodplain development policy, an element of the flood risk reduction strategy that we've been applying through policy since 2022, but we're getting to now to codify that. It incorporates a more recent state model ordinance and a letter of map revision panel that was recently approved by FEMA. So real quick, what that is, there's a tiny little square right in the middle here where there's a little revision. The property owner there, the zone that they're in seemed like it was a modeling error, kind of a sloppy modeling that's just kind of perpetuated since 1980, and so they cleaned that issue up with FEMA, and so FEMA reissued this panel to make that correction on that one parcel, so you see that one tiny little change there, and if you want to learn more about that, we can talk more about that. So to conclude on this first one, the flood risk reduction strategy aims to increase community capacity to withstand and recover from flood hazards. Regulating floodplain development is a key area of work for making progress toward the goal of comprehensively reducing flood risk across the community. So the recommendation is to close public input at noon on September 28th, continue action to October 7th.
All right, good. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Questions for Ms. Wilson on this good work that staff has done, led by her? Could you go back and find that slide that was the one right before landlocked, right before landlocked here? So tell us a little bit more about this notion of below-grade garages and parking. Below-grade garages requiring, as I understand this correctly, we would require them to be flood-proofed and have other measures that would reduce vulnerability if they were within the flood plain or the local flood area district. Is that it?
Yep, so these are outside of R1 and R2. Those are kind of captured with low opening standards elsewhere. But this might be if you have a parking garage where you can have an evacuation plan where you can notify people ahead of time to stay out, or you can put up a barrier to keep people out during that time, or you can do some other flood proofing depending on the level of exposure that there would be. So
flood proofing doesn't mean if someone's going to build a new multifamily apartment building with underground parking in it, that they have to flood proof the basement?
There's dry flood proofing is like it has to stay dry, and then there's wet flood proofing where it could allow some water in, and depending on the depth of that inundation, that might be something that would be allowed.
What do we require now if you're in a floodplain?
So in a local floodplain, we have it in our policy, in our water resources management plan, this same criteria. So we've been applying that, and this is to codify that existing policy that we've been applying.
Okay.
Maybe I'll just check in, do we have examples in the last few years where this has occurred? Do you want to share that story?
Mr. Mayor, Ross Benner, Engineering Services Manager. An example from recent commercial redevelopment, 4040 70th Street, very near a large regional flood area, connected closely in the groundwater with sandy soils. There they designed the basement for flood forces and basically made the entrance to the garage up and above, safely up and above the local flood area. We see this type of flood risk throughout the community in areas that it wasn't planned, where water can get right down into parking garages. So just across the street from there, 6600, 6800 France has had history of flooding in the parking garage and flood risk that goes, 4 feet deep in those areas. So it's things that we want to slowly start planning for in new development, make sure that it's done right and we don't put people at risk.
Oh, good to know. That was helpful. Thank you. Any other questions? That prompted anything? Member Risser?
Can you go to the slide where you're talking about reducing risk versus reducing, it was like, there we go, exposure and alternative vulnerability. A little bit more about this, because it sounds like this is introducing sort of some ambiguity, and I don't know if I'm reading that wrong.
So typically the standard is 2 foot of freeboard, so essentially you're 2 foot of vertical height over the inundation peak. So in some instances, if you're doing, an addition to the rear of your home, and you want it to be level as you're walking from the existing home into your addition, and you'd think, oh, if we could just do 1.5 foot of freeboard, then I can just walk from this existing into the addition without a step up. And so we might say we could, that would be, we would entertain that proposal if there was some other commensurate reduction in vulnerability. So perhaps there's some other low opening that already exists that could go from, a door to a window or something to reduce another route of exposure for flooding. Another common one we see is if you're already exposed to flooding in a lower level and you have a sanitary backflow flooding issue, which is the grossest kind of flooding, then maybe it would make sense, depending on the scope of the project, to do some kind of backflow prevention or some other way of reducing the exposure from that route of flooding. So it's more of like a kind of, we still want a net reduction in risk, but you could make a proposal that's unique to that particular scenario, and we would entertain that.
This, and looking at this and just thinking about development in general around Edina, and the last time you were both before us, it was a work session, and we were talking about water quality and the development that the first development Opus suggested was happening. And the comment was made that the more impervious surface we approve, the harder it is to maintain water quality. And so I can't help it, but I think about that whenever I see you two together. But what I'm getting at is this is providing some tools, but it's not addressing how we do permit projects that are 2.5 times the legal buildable area to go up in the commercial district. Would there be there probably isn't any opportunity to say if you're near a flood zone, in a flood zone, adjacent to one, that kind of activity would not be allowed. That would be beyond the purview of what you're doing here tonight.
So the floodplain one has mostly to do with setting those minimum elevations to reduce exposure. The stormwater one, which is coming just next, is going to be all about how do you manage that drainage and runoff so that you're not harming other properties, and that includes downstream water resources. We also have watershed districts, and they have some water quality rules, and we partner with them on stormwater control measures that get implemented to manage that runoff from any upsizing of impervious to manage that. And then we partner on inspecting and making sure those things are perpetually maintained. I think generally speaking, when properties do redevelop, it's a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make some improvements when it comes to flood exposure and stormwater runoff.
Thank you.
Good. Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So why this, why now? Is the new FEMA map the impetus for making these changes, or is this just a step-by-step how we're doing our flood risk mitigation?
Yeah, thank you for that. So 2022 is when we amended the Water Resources Management Plan, and we put in those policies that set minimum building elevations. And then the DNR came out with their updated model ordinance in 2022, and so that was kind of the start of getting to a process to codify it. Separately, we have a property owner that was working through this LOMR, and so we were kind of ready and waiting for their panel to get issued by FEMA so that we can incorporate that into the zoning code so that down the road we could review a building permit application and actually be able to issue it for that property as they're redeveloping.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything further? All right, this is a public hearing matter. Let's open this up to see if anybody in the audience wishes to testify regarding this matter. See one of our residents coming forward.
Good evening. My name is Nora Davis, and I'm still at 6921 South Dell Road in the Lake Cornelia neighborhood. And I'm not seeing my photo up here. Do I need to press?
Yeah, it's up there. Yep.
Oh, I'm not seeing it here. There it is. Okay. I'm a survivor of the Great Flood of '87. Still haven't recovered, still have a bit of PTSD when it rains really, really hard. The photo that is up, I did not take. And if you look closely, these are cars floating because this is a huge parking lot. And this is where if you go past 7200 France, there's still a hole there. They're attempting to fill it with a building. But that's where this particular photo was taken. Again, you can see cars floating in the back. There was a lot of water on that site. I didn't take these photos because my neighborhood was flooded that night. We had, at my home, we had 8 feet of water in the basement within an inch of the first floor. Several neighbors kitty corner from me actually had water on the first floor. And I remember looking out about 10 o'clock at night, and we were literally an island. And it was rather terrifying. My husband had his business in the basement at that time, and he carried everything to the basement steps, and I carried it up, and it kept raining. And I thought, we've done all this work, and if it keeps raining, we've got a problem. So this is kind of my memory lane type. We have to keep flooding in mind, no matter what we do, because it's always there. Climate change has been kind of frightening with a lot of the rainstorms that we've had. They've come rather quickly and with a lot of water. Needless to say, I'm very supportive of what Edina staff has done. They've been very concerned about neighborhoods and spending time with the people that went through it, so there's an understanding of what needs to be done. And they kept working on it. And I am just so gracious and thankful for these folks that did that, because it has reduced my PTSD just a bit. But again, it's something that we have to be very, very aware of. So this definitely needs to be part of the city code. So again, I appreciate all that's been done and look forward to continuing work with this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Davis. Anyone else wish to testify that's in chambers? All right, let's check with Director Benarott to see if there's anyone online that wishes to testify regarding this matter.
I don't have anyone on the line for this public hearing either.
All right. The recommendation of staff from Ms. Wilson is that we close the public hearing on this matter on Sunday, September 28th at noon, and continue the action to the October 7, 2025 City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Member Agnew moves, Member Pierce seconds the motion to close the public hearing in this matter on noon, September 28th, 2025, and continue the action to the October 7, 2025 meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion's adopted. We will close the public hearing on this matter at noon on September 28th and continue the action to the October 7, 2025 City Council meeting. And one more public hearing matter this evening, and Ms. Wilson has this matter as well. And this is a potential amendment regarding stormwater management. Ms. Wilson.
All right, thank you again. Okay, so we've done a lot of the groundwork for the stormwater part already, so we're going to fly through this one. So this one is related to stormwater management. The recommendation we have is the same as the prior, to close the public input at noon on September 28th, continue action to the October 7th meeting. And the purpose of this update is to update and move those stormwater management requirements that are currently in Chapter 10 and move those to Chapter 36. We want to clarify code requirements regarding stormwater management plans, where they apply to more than just new single and double dwelling units, and also capturing ADUs and other improvements like additions. This clarifies and codifies staff's application of requirements that have been the status quo since 2016, following a series of meetings with Council and Planning Commission. And the update is consistent with policy in the Water Resources Management Plan to regulate development and redevelopment to ensure actions proposed at the time of development consider flood risk and do not adversely impact others. So we have our stormwater management plan implementation. Here's our water resources interactive map, and the requirements that apply are based on existing drainage issues and the scope of the project that folks are proposing to do. So again, these are separate but related ordinance revisions. They both center on that no adverse impact principle, that good neighbor approach. While the floodplain one was more about elevating and reducing exposure and limiting losses and damages, the stormwater management ordinance is about controlling runoff, providing assurances for long-term functionality of the control measures that are implemented. And the other change from our status quo policy implementation is we're adding in some way to ensure that long-term functionality of control measures. We have a program where those measures that are implemented based on watershed district rules are inspected and maintained perpetually. So we're going to take that same model and apply it for those ones that we are requiring at the city scale to kind of fill in the gap on those drainage and local flood area issues. So with that, development projects have implications for stormwater runoff. The proposed change codifies the status quo of reviewing and mitigating potential adverse impacts to neighboring properties consistent with that original spirit of stormwater management plan requirements. So the recommendation is to close public input at noon on September 28th and continue action to October 7th. And this is something we've been implementing for many years and got some advice after the ADU ordinance change in 2024 and a review and said, you know, we've been applying this policy and it doesn't quite match up with what's in code. We should fix that to align with our standard practice.
Yeah, that's a good explanation. Thank you for that succinct explanation. Questions for Ms. Wilson on this matter? Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did you present this to the watershed districts, and did they have any comments on it?
We've been talking with them about our flood risk reduction strategy for years. We are a leading community in this local flood district regulation at this level. And so they're often looking to us and getting input from us, but we're keeping them in the loop all along the way. Their rules center a lot on water quality improvements, and there's a lot of overlap when it comes to drainage and flooding as well. So we can overlap, and then the city can kind of fill in to meet our local levels of service when it comes to drainage and flood risk management.
So they've seen these ideas, that stuff you've been working with for years, and we're just codifying it.
Yep, yeah, and on the watershed district side, they're more focused on, they do have some floodplain regulations, but I think the city's the lead in a lot of communities on the flood risk, flood exposure side. And then they're doing more of those water quality requirements, but there's that overlap.
Okay, thank you.
Good. This is a public hearing matter. I'm going to open it up for public testimony. Is there anyone who wishes to testify regarding this matter?
My name is Nora Davis, and I live at 6921 Southdale Road in the Lake Cornelia neighborhood. And needless to say, I am very supportive of this change. It's just so important when I think over the years of the things that have been done to protect our neighborhood. And I remember when our street was rebuilt in 2007, they dug the street down. So when it rains, our street holds water. They put in massive storm sewer tunnels, essentially. They were huge. They also increased the number of storm inlets, I think the proper term is. And this is something that we're all aware of. As I mentioned to my flood friends, I do Night to Unite, and part of that is a flood instruction. I have a massive flood map that many of you have seen. But everybody knows if they see Nora out sweeping the street, she is keeping her adopted storm drain clean. And I am absolutely delighted to have our street swept on a regular basis. When I hear him coming down the street, I have to run out and wave, because that means I don't have to sweep the street because it's being done for us. So a lot of things are being done. So appreciate all that's been done, and I know there's a lot to do as we continue, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Anyone else wish to testify regarding this matter that's in chambers? Is there anyone online that wishes to testify? Director Benarott? No, sir. Okay. The recommendation here from Ms. Wilson is the same as her last matter that she handled for us, and that is to close the public hearing at noon on Sunday, September 28th, 2025, and continue the action to the October 7, 2025 City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Jackson moves, Member Agnew seconds the motion to close the public hearing in this matter at noon on Sunday, September 28th, 2025, and continue the action to the October 7, 2025 City Council meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion's adopted. We'll take this matter up again on October 7th at our City Council, regular City Council meeting. Now we're going to move on to the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. We've got a couple items in that portion of the agenda. The first one is Resolution 2025-77, which deals with a matter that we heard about a few weeks ago, the certificate of appropriateness appeal for 4630 Edgebrook Place. And we've got Emily Dalrymple, our Assistant City Planner, with us to make a follow-up presentation. And the question is whether or not we want to support the decision to deny the COA request to remove a fan transom over the front door, or leave it as required under the recommendation of the Heritage Preservation Board and our consulting experts. So I'll turn it over now to Emily Dalrymple.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The request is for an appeal of a certificate of appropriateness, a portion of which was denied for changes to the front entry at 4630 Edgebrook Place. Like the mayor said, was the removal of a fan light and the addition of an arched front door. 4630 Edgebrook Place is located within the Country Club District and was built within the district's period of significance. The Heritage Preservation Commission approved the portion of the COA at their meeting on August 12th associated with changes outside of the front entry. Staff outlined a path for approval or denial for the HPC for the changes to the front entry, and ultimately the changes to the front entry were denied with a 5-1 vote. The City Council held a public hearing on September 2nd. The public comments closed on September 7th, and no comments were received on Better Together. A resolution for approval and denial was included in your packet with findings for each, but ultimately the recommendation is for denial. And the applicant Angie Wingate with Ray Camp Larson Architects and the homeowner, as well as the city's preservation consultants, are also in the audience tonight to answer any questions if you have them, but they do not have a formal presentation. And with that, I can answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Ms. Dalrymple? Okay. Yes, Member Risser, thank you.
As I look at this, okay, so my understanding is the current door has a flat edge and then you've got the fan element above it.
Correct.
But could there be a way of adding tracing to the rounded door at the top so that visually you had that fan element? I sort of drew over the last slide, and so you wouldn't necessarily have to have the setup that's right there, but visually you could kind of make that happen. Would that be acceptable?
That was discussed at the Heritage Preservation Commission meeting. Ultimately, they decided that wasn't an avenue that they would prefer, because ultimately at some point that could be removed. And this is an original piece of the house. So that was the sentiment at the meeting with the Heritage Preservation Commission, but that was discussed there.
This is a great PowerPoint slide here, I think. That helped me understand what was going on a little bit. And I wonder if Ms. Wingate could come up here. Is she back there?
She is.
I just want to make sure I understood this from the last presentation you had. With the existing architectural feature of the fan at the top, it creates that kind of dead space above the door, but it necessitated that existing front entry on the interior of having that drop floor or raised floor, however you want to characterize it, when you come in the entry. And then there was also there were some water management issues that you were trying to solve, and then there was a flush stoop threshold issue as well. So would you want to walk back through those three things again? Sure. I think that would help me understand a little bit about, it helped me frame up my thinking a little bit better.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to talk through it again. Oh, thank you. So the main goals here are really, to add a stoop, in which then kind of adds this, there's a chain reaction of things that have to happen. But between adding the stoop, so I guess by adding the stoop, we have to adjust the height of the door, and then the fan light doesn't work anymore because it's becomes too short if we keep that mullion in that location. So there's that, but if we were to keep the fan light, we would have to completely rebuild everything. So we're trying to take the most practical approach and give the homeowners the ability to not have to have these issues that have been, present for the last 18 years that they've lived there. A stoop is a historic feature, and we don't have that here. And the tripping step on the interior is just one of those things that is a constant aggravation. So that would be solved if we add a stoop, and then adding a historic door, which a round top door is historic. And I think, and I don't know, Emily, if we can go back to the historic preservation, if we wanted to add, to talk about a design for the door. But I think the main goal here is to have the most practical approach to having the homeowners like to live in this house for future years to come, and keeping as much as we can on that front facade. That was a little rambling, but.
Yeah, I know that would be a goal of your architectural firm, as I said, because I think you do a lot of work in the neighborhood, and one of the named partners lives in the neighborhood, at least she used to.
Yep, they still do.
Jean Ray Camp. Yeah. So if I understand this correctly, then what you're saying is that your architectural drawing on the left side of the screen raises the stoop and gets rid of that potential water run-in problem.
Correct.
In the front door. And if you raise the stoop, then you get rid of that step up in the entryway.
Correct.
Which is potential hazard either stepping up or stepping down. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. All right, okay, thanks for that. Other questions? Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Member Pierce.
And so with the recommended or proposed architecture on the left, I'm confused by why this is different. So when I feel like when I look at it, it feels like it's going to look the same as the current. But there's a new feature, which is the stoop. And I think the last time you showed us, there are properties in the neighborhood that have stoops. And so I'm not sure why what's on the left is not sound from a heritage perspective. And I don't know if you can answer that, but that's my main question.
I can take a stab at it. I think this
Hold that
style-
microphone close now.
Okay, sorry. the heritage or the style, this colonial revival style, often has a fan-light transom. So often they have more a rectangular square top and not the arch top. It is unique to see this brick detail. This is arched brick detail.
Yeah.
And in our argument, we think that's actually more character defining than the type of door. Now, there's a lot we can do for, if you were to say we have to keep the fan transom, we have to completely rebuild all this, it would all be new. Now you could replicate that, but there's a lot of, lots of other chain reaction things that will happen if that was the case. And in our proposal, it feels like an arch top door is acceptable with this style. And other examples in the neighborhood, there's lots of arch top doors that are with colonial revivals, even if it's not the exact prototype of a perfect colonial revival. It still is historic looking. It's still and it does all of these other really practical things for us. So I think it follows the typical style of a colonial revival to have the fan light. So
I'm honestly not trying to trivialize this. I'm just trying to understand it. But are you only describing the part of the top of the door on the right?
Yes, this.
And so, other than that, on the left, it looks the same to me.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't have this, right?
That
so
mullion.
I think about that.
Doesn't have that mullion or whatever.
That mullion or whatever.
It's like a division between a panel above and a door below. And then what we're showing is it's a single door.
And so why can't we have that in your design?
That's a possibility. You mean to have a fan light detail in the door?
Yeah.
Or to just create a thicker mullion on the storm door.
Correct.
Or screen door, so it looks like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
You could.
Just thicken up that top piece that goes across.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It could be done in that manner as well.
I mean, you're going to do a custom door anyway, so.
Because everything else is the same, right? Now, when you say you have to rebuild it all, in quotes, what do you mean when you say that?
Sure. So I'll just say with this design, adding the stoop, we would have to adjust the bases of the columns and the pilasters, but everything above here, the brick detail, the arch top with the brick, this portico canopy, everything here, this is all original, would stay intact.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we were to put the fan light door back, or put the fan light in, we would have to, I wish I had a diagram with this shown, but, so the top of this portico, the peak of that is about 6 inches from this original brick ledge above, of a window that's right above. So we would have to maintain that peak. We would have to change the slope of the portico to keep that peak in place in order to add another 6 inches to that arch top door. So basically we would have to add 6 inches because we're taking 6 inches out from the stoop. So it
Okay.
just creates this chain reaction of everything has to go up 6 inches. And we have to change the slope because we can't go higher
If you have the same fan-like treatment
with a stoop.
with the stoop, okay.
Mhm.
So that's why you don't have it, you have the stoop, but, oh, I get it. So when you open that door, it just opens as 2 panels. Instead here, that
Yes.
treatment stays there.
Yes, so if this, let's just say we added a
Got
stoop
it.
down here, everything would just have to lift 6 inches. But that would, you would have to take all that off and restart. That, you'd have to rebuild that whole portico.
But then last question, so if you are doing a custom door, the top half of your new door, you could design it so that when it's closed, it has that look from the street.
You could.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Member Risser and then Member Jackson.
This reminds me a lot of the discussion that we had with the exterior home in this historic district, and we talked about the architectural details on the chimney element, and we ended up supporting those. But this is more complicated. However, when I look at the proposed door, it looks so anachronistic because you've got that grid going up to the arch, which is just so not part of the colonial era. And I really like the idea of creating a custom door that would have the feeling of the fan as part of it. And I think that would be, to me, I think a good solution. Because I totally understand, all of the work that you would have to do to, make this work this way. But it just, if we could just push it a little with design, and I think what Member Pierce was getting at is a really good idea. Just, make that fan element come out, because the grid that's there, it is so not part of that era.
The grid is not part of
The
that era?
grid that, the window grid that intersects with the curved line, but it's creating these bizarre curve for the colonial era. That just does not, it's so anachronistic. And so just, if that could be replaced so that you had that fan window element, when you were hinting at it, I think that would just help. And from the street, it would look like that was what it was, instead of, because this just, it looks very strange, because it's not, it is so different from a, that detail, and it's like, I just want to see that fan, So that's my opinion.
Member Jackson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I echo Member Risser's comments about if the door could be designed to look like a rectangular door with a fan over it, that would capture that element. And I don't know if that's possible. I have a question. So first of all, is that possible?
Yeah, I think that is possible.
So I think that captures the look that's going away. Are you going to be able to replace that hanging lamp in the doorway in some capacity?
That would have to change because that's part of the door
Yeah.
opening.
Yeah, it would have to be shorter or something. But looking at the, the side-by-side pictures, that's also part of that entry. I think the discussion you had with Member Pierce, that broadening it and lifting it would change the outdoor, the section more, the look more than just changing the door. So if you could get the door to look like it had the fan window, I think that would resolve a lot of the problems. It's not safe. I was thinking about all, for 2 weeks, that lower part inside, like, oh, what a nightmare. And the water coming in without having the stoop. So I just think making that front door safer is a great idea, but that door is really different looking. So if there was a way to design it so that it looked more like the original, I think broadening it and changing it architecturally would be a much bigger change than the door. So with that condition, I would be in favor of that.
I would say that, Member Agnew, any comment?
I'll summarize my thoughts. I think given the safety that you get improved by bringing it up on the inside. Given that you're reducing the stormwater damage, I'm supportive of it. I think some of the compromises that my fellow council members offered are fair, if it could look similar to it. But even if it ended up looking exactly like it's shown here, I would be supportive. I think that there's enough reason and enough benefit to continue on with that manner rather than forcing it to still be at that lower level just to have that same look and feel. But welcome other thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I'm right on the mark with you, Councilmember Agnew. I'm mildly concerned about the fan issue, but I'm more concerned about the safety aspects of this thing, and to get rid of that flush stoop threshold that I just see, in addition to water, I see a mechanism there with that slightly raised lip of a tripping mechanism there. And that front entry interior where you've got that step up and step down, we've got that in our house to transition from the foyer into the kitchen. And people are tripping on that. I mean, I've caught so many people either going down or going up, tripping. And it's not good. And so to me, what you've done in terms of design work, as Member Agnew said, the safety aspects of it, to me, outweigh the aesthetic concerns that I've got. But I think my fellow council members have come up with a pretty good idea. You got two doors here. You got the inner door, the heavy door, and then you've got that outer door. And if you could make that outer door, whether it's a storm door insert or the serene insert, look like it has that fan sort of effect, I think that's probably something to think about. Councilmember Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do just want to acknowledge, I appreciate that you're essentially reusing all of the current treatment in your design. So I think when developers and architects come in and they really are trying to honor the intent behind this, like that comes through in the proposals that you make. And so I definitely appreciate that. And then to the Preservation Commission, we've had these before where I think their charge is to preserve. And so I think they do that. We ask them to do that. But there are times when, as a council, we might rule against them. And I think we have to think about that. Are we giving them the best charge for that commission and how they do the work that they do as well? And we've talked about that a couple of times before. And so I just wanted to acknowledge, I think, what they're doing in providing all of this information and doing that first view. We appreciate that. But then oftentimes we may still come to a different creative solution, but we're trying to all achieve the same goal.
I feel like our council members are on the same page here. Let me see if I can craft something here that would be a motion to approve motion to grant a certificate of appropriateness that requests removal of the fan transom over the front door of the property at 4630 Edgebrook Place and install a new arched front door with the requirement that the exterior door reflect the fan element of the original door. That makes sense?
Yep.
What do you want?
I would move that.
Okay. Member Pierce moves.
I will second. Oh, go ahead.
A second.
Member Risser seconds the motion as stated. Is that clear? Clerk Allison, was it clear enough? Okay. All right, I can write it up afterwards too. Anyway, we've got a motion and a second on this granting of the certificate of appropriateness at 4630 Edgebrook Place to remove a fan transom over the front door and install a new arched front door. with the requirement that the exterior door reflect the fan element of the original door on the home at that address. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Just to Member Pierce's comments, thank you for acknowledging the Historic Preservation Commission. This was hard. This was, and I know you worked hard on it. It was a really difficult issue to find the right answer, but we're going to overrule them, and I think this is a good solution.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Dalrymple, too, for your work on this matter. Okay.
Thank
We
you.
got a motion and a second. All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The certificate of appropriateness is granted in the form stated. Thank you, Madam Homeowner, for being here as well. All right, here we go on a little financial activity. We've got to deal with potential consent for the 2026 HRA levy. I think Scott Neal and our city manager and Pa Tao, our finance director, have the next matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll kick this first one off. This is usually the easier of the two. Resolution 2025-73 is the City Council's consent to set the preliminary 2026 HRA tax levy at $267,100. This represents a 3% increase in that levy from current levels of 2025. These dollars are used in our economic development and housing functions to provide money for staff support and other operating support. This is an item that has as a customary 3% increase from year to year, and which allows it to grow incrementally and pay those costs, which also grow incrementally. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Manager Neal. Questions for Manager Neal or for Pa Tao? Okay. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 2025-73 granting consent for the adoption of the 2026 HRA levy as recommended by the city manager with a 3% increase to a total levy amount of $267,100 for 2026?
Second.
Moved by Member Jackson, second by Member Agnew. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the resolution as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution 2025-73, establishing the 2026 HRA levy is approved at $267,100 for calendar year 2026. Next matter is also financial related. It involves the budget we've been working on for several months. I think the staff's been working on it since we had our meeting last year and told them to think about the coming year, which would be 2026, and that we did not want to see a double-digit increase in the permanent levy. There was a recommendation made by staff that they come in under 10% that involved a couple components of it that were important. One was 6 firefighters that were added to the budget. It put us at about, what was it, 9.23%, and that represented about 2.5% of that 9.23. So the budget increase without the fire department personnel would have been about 6.5%. We've had a conversation at the work session tonight about setting this preliminary levy, and of course we know that we can't go above the preliminary levy set. Last year, I think we set it at, what, 13%, and then went down to 8% on the final levy. And I think based on the good conversation we had in the work session, folks are thinking that because of the fire chief's recommendation that we hire more than 6 firefighters, we want to think about giving ourselves a little bit more leeway for conversation on how many to actually add. So there's, I think members of the council have certain thoughts about that. But I'm going to turn first to Manager Neal and then Pa Tao for their presentation on the proposed adoption, or the adoption of the proposed preliminary levy. And we're going to discuss at what percentage point here in the conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a Plan B statutory city, Chapter 412 of Minnesota State Statutes imposes some pretty specific obligations on the city manager with regard to budget. Chapter 412.651, paragraph 7 provides very specific direction. City manager shall keep the council fully advised as to the financial condition of the city and the needs of the city, and the city manager shall prepare and submit to the council an annual budget. That's where we are tonight. This process involves a lot of plate spinning, a lot of participation, both at the staff level and at the council level. But at some point, we have to stop and we have to approve something or bless some or endorse something. And that's where we are tonight. Tonight is the night when we ask the council to set the preliminary property tax levy for the upcoming year, for 2026. That's what's in front of you this evening for a certification. We had the chance to meet with council earlier tonight in the work session. You gave us some additional direction. Our finance director, Pa Tao, has had a chance to incorporate that additional direction into the proposal tonight. You've seen most of this proposal before, but we'll give this proposal to you tonight, and we'll answer questions about the operating and fiscal impacts of it. So, Ms. Tao.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. To start us off, just a little reminder or to call out the mission of the City of Edina is to provide effective and valued services, maintain a sound public infrastructure, offer premier public facilities, and guide the development and redevelopment of lands, all in a manner that sustains and improves the high quality of life enjoyed by residents and businesses. The vision for the City of Edina is to be the preeminent place for living, learning, raising families, and doing business. The vision is distinguished by a livable environment, effective and valued city services, a sound public infrastructure, a balance of land uses, and innovation. So with this, the budget is our largest reflection of an organization's priorities. The budget serves as the foundation of operationalizing the community's goals into actionable plans. With this, there are budget pillars, which are a broad outcome to be achieved by our 2-year budget. These outcomes are strong foundation, reliable services, livable city, and better together. These pillars, they stay consistent year to year. And while the budget pillars and objectives, they direct the work of city staff, organizational values guides how we do that work. So through the lens of equity, stewardship, health, sustainability, and engagement, these are all interwoven, as you can see here. Vision Edina, budget values and pillars, and the comprehensive plan are strategic plans that guides the creation of the biennial budget work plan, which in turn drives other implementation level work plans, including our department work plans, commission work plans, and ultimately staff work plans. You've seen this slide before. This is just a depiction of what our biennial budget process looks like. Since we are in the odd year, second year of our last biennial budget, we have been focusing on developing our next biennial budget for 26-27. Our objective with this is to alternate years of where we focus on between operating budget and our capital improvement plan process, while at the same time we focus on both but reviewing more in depth, alternating between the two. So with this being said, in terms of the budget that's also in front of you, we also included a draft budget work plan for the next biennial years. In terms of strong foundation, we have plans for a Fire Station 3 design and planning, park improvements to the Fred Richards, Braemar Arena, and Braemar Park, as well as the South Trunk Sanitary Area, the police department, and the City Hall renovation design and planning, as well as replacing the pump room at the Edina Aquatic Center. Now for reliable service for 26 and 27, we drafted enhancing support for staff experiencing social disruption events, as well as mental health service enhancements. We have a assessing transition to the county, as well as Edinburgh Park, taking a look at that to process automation and AI exploration, as well as a staff study. Now for livable cities, we have affordable housing advancement and growth, along with a comprehensive plan update, a zoning code update, safe and equitable mobility action plan. And finally, for Better Together, we have plans for quality of life survey, our community engagement online platform update, as well as a long-term art center plan. Now, as City Manager Neal stated, we have been working together in developing the 2026-27 biennial budget. It has been a collaborative effort, which began, I want to say, early this year, since you last adopted the last budget. So with that, Council has, at the beginning of the year, Council had requested for a more comprehensive review. Therefore, staff met with you through a series of work session to give department service reviews, as well as our council retreat to discuss what our priorities or focus should be. And tonight, I'll be presenting or recommending a preliminary levy based off of all these discussions we have had to adopt our 2026 preliminary tax levy. So what you have here is this revised budget following our discussion at tonight's earlier work session, which allows for 12 firefighters with the possibility of 18 if we are awarded a SAFER grant. With this feedback, we are presenting a 11.03 preliminary levy for approval tonight. As a reminder, the preliminary levy must be set at the maximum levy amount and cannot be increased after you have set it. You can certainly lower it, but it cannot increase past your preliminary levy once it's set. With this proposal that you have in front of you, we will continue the growth of our public safety services, especially in our EMS services, as well as outside of public safety service, keep current service levels in place, and to explore alternative revenue options. In addition, with the 11.3 increase, we have controlled department operating costs by restricting their annual rate of growth by less than 3%. We've reduced operating costs by reducing staff in 2 general fund departments, 6 full-time, which is 6 full-time employees in assessing, and 1 full-time employee in fleet management or maintenance. We increased non-property tax revenues through our utility franchise fees, which you reviewed earlier late this summer. I was going to say fall. Fall hasn't started. And then we use them to replace debt service property tax levies for future street reconstruction projects, along with organizing capital spending and priorities within our available property tax levies. We will continue our practice of accumulating savings in personnel-related operating costs by controlling employee vacancy placement savings in 26 and 27. And we have also adjusted our debt service expenses over the next 2 years to enable the city to service new debt service associated with the final tranche of the Fire Station 2 and the Aquatic Center and Highway 100. If adopted, the proposed 26 annual budget will enable, like I mentioned earlier, 12 full firefighters guaranteed, or 18 if we get the SAFER grant, and then budget commitments for the budget work plan drafts I mentioned earlier, as well as a 2025 comprehensive plan update. Continue contracting. We will also continue contracting public safety partnership programs with Hennepin County, such as our joint community police partnership, as well as our embedded social worker program. Again, in response to Council's directive, staff conducted a thorough review of all service areas and funding strategies. Several departments submitted requests for additional resources, which were previously included in your previous council packets. However, with the proposed 26 preliminary tax levy of $65,517,752, this includes flexibility to support different staffing levels for paramedic firefighters, of course, depending on the outcome of the SAFER grant application. This next chart is just to depict the sources and uses, or revenues and expenditures, for the general fund for the 2026 budget. As you can see, a majority of the revenue is made up for the general fund, heavily dependent on property tax, with our biggest expenses going towards public safety. Here is a chart you've seen before. I don't have 2026 numbers yet, but for comparison for 25, how the city of Edina compares to its peer cities, cities of more than 45,000 in population. We are at, in 2025, at 30.2% for tax rate, where the average tax rate is 35.8%. So we are about 18.6% lower than the highest city and 5.6% less than the average tax rate amongst our peers. Here is that same comparison, but then with all Hennepin County cities that are more than 10,000 in population. Again, the average tax rate amongst this group is 47.6, whereas Edina is 36.5% lower than the city with the highest tax rate. Another slide on information. From the 2025 assessment, we realized our biggest increase in single-family homes at 2.3% growth, and we saw a 6.9 decrease in 25 in comparison to prior year. New construction home added $22 million to our $17.2 billion total market value in 25, which equates to a 0.7% increase for all property types. Our estimated market value gross percent increased by about 2% from prior year. You may ask, what is the cost for these apartment valuation reduction? It follows a very large increase from prior year, and valuations are affected by many complex factors, and fluctuation in valuation is fairly common in the market. This next slide shows a trend line, I would like to call it, in terms of where the city has been in the last 5 years with our tax capacity in comparison to our tax levy and our tax rate. We've been keeping steady over the last 5 years, which has been beneficial to the city's benefit in terms of a steady certified tax levy. I can't talk. This is a listing of all the debt service levy projection. The colored ones are what you have approved thus far, and then the one that are sort of grayed out or gradient, those are future potential projects that will come to you for discussion in the future, but just for depiction. Now you may ask, where does all my property tax dollar go? It goes towards the county, the school district, the watershed, metro district, and there's other special districts. About 27% of it comes to the city of Edina, and that funds public safety, general government, your parks, your public works, construction fund for equipment and capital improvements, to your debt service where we pay our bonds, and then that 0.03% for HRA.
I'd like to point out on this screen that you're looking at a residential property. The distribution on a commercial industrial property is much different than that.
So you may ask, what is the estimated the estimated levy impact considering this proposal I have in front of you? So for comparison, in 2025, a $500,000 value home pays about $126.54 per month in property tax to fund all city provided services. That same value home in 2026 will pay about $138.07 per month, in property taxes to fund all city provided services, an increase of $11.53 per month. So with that being said, staff recommends the approval of resolution number 2025-74, adopting the proposed budget and establishing the proposed total tax levy of $65,517,752 for payable 2026, a 11.03 levy increase. You will have to certify it tonight, as mentioned earlier by City Manager Neal. There is state statute that we will need to certify a levy to the county by the end of September. Otherwise, we will default back to our last certified levy, which would have been 2025. And so I believe that as we continue this with this proposal, it will enable us to provide essential services that the community needs and values. So after tonight, we'll come back to you in December 2nd with a truth and taxation hearing with a final tax levy adoption and budget on December 16th.
And how many more work sessions are you projecting between now and final levy adoption on December 16th for the council to discuss potential reductions in the preliminary budget number that's being proposed?
Yeah, let me pull up.
Yeah, you want to pull up the calendar?
Yeah. So here's the tentative timeline that we have. We have a potential another work session on December 2nd. So we'll meet again to discuss as we work towards finalizing our final levy at the end of the year after tonight.
I think with the discussion we had tonight about, where do we want to land with respect to the number of potential firefighter additions and the overall impact on the budget, it strikes me that, and my colleagues have their own opinions, I'm sure, but it seems to me like we need 2 more before the December 2nd meeting. Frankly, Manager Neal.
Yes, Your Honor. This calendar was prepared before this evening's work session discussion, so I think you're right. We'll take some time to figure out what our work session commitments are for this fall and fit those in.
And I think there should be an explanation as to how we got here tonight over what people have been seeing at that 9.32 or whatever the number was on projected preliminary levy, and now we're at 11.03. What happened in the conversation tonight that drove that temporary increase while we work on the firefighter issue? I don't know if you want to explain it. I remember Jackson had a good explanation upstairs, I thought, too, that was thoughtful in terms of why we should give ourselves a little bit more breathing room. Want to comment on that or not?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've been hearing from residents about, and from the chief of the fire chief about was adequate staffing. It's exceptionally complicated. And so what we wanted to do is look at hiring, what the impact would be for hiring 12 firefighters next year without the SAFER grant. I'll say, I don't want to hire 18 next year, and so I'm just throw that out there, whether or not we get the SAFER grant, because we have a third fire station coming online long-term. But the discussion we had is, let's give ourselves some room, see what the response is to an 11.3 or 11.03% increase in the levy. See what the public says about that. We can always bring it down. We can't put it back up again. So let's get that conversation. And then from the staff, we want to hear, to get it back down below 10%, what would have to be cut from other departments, whether it's the construction fund, whether it's other staffing, delay in staffing, leaving things open. We want to see what the options are, but by raising it today, it gives the public an opportunity to weigh in and say, yes, those additional 6 firefighters are worth it. We are willing to pay a higher rate of tax, but we can't come back and raise it later. So we're going to raise it tonight in case that, to leave our options open.
Member Pearson and Member Risser.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know that I have a lot more to add. I think the way Member Jackson framed it is the way I support that framing. I do want to acknowledge the work that we've been doing, and I think it's been all year. Right, we've been doing it, asking tough questions. Right, the staff pulling together additional data, really trying to dig into having these value conversations, and then getting input from the community. And so, I personally think where we are today is a much better position than we were. And I've used the term, we're trying to stabilize our budget projections. I think we've gone a long way in doing that. And so the only thing I will add to Member Jackson's comments, and it's really just a different lens, but you did say this, right? We're setting it today at the 11.03, giving ourselves room. But we do want to have that value conversation. So if we can get below 10 and you can bring back decisions for us that we can now have a value-based conversation around meeting the goal of being single digits. We're adding, I think, roughly, is it 1.89% is what I think it calculates to being, adding firefighters, which we know we need to have some number in there, whether it's 12 or 18, we'll have that conversation. But like, I feel good about the type of engagement that we've had as a council and with staff to get us to this point.
Member Risser, and then Member Agnew.
I do think it's important for the public to understand, when we talk about firefighters in Edina, we're talking about paramedic firefighters. When we're talking about adding 12 positions, we're talking about staffing over a 24-hour period. And so, and we are also looking at change to Minnesota law. Come January 1st, there will be increased benefits people can take in the public sector, and that means that it could be harder to have as many people as we need behind those ambulances that people depend on. And so right now we are at a point where we have 9.5 staff, and we can't get all 3 of our ambulance services out at the same time. And that really does expose the community to a lot of risk. So when you hear 12, that might sound like a lot, but we were, slated to bring on 6 last year for this year's budget, and they got cut. So we are really behind. And when you hear 6, basically right now, so 9.5, you're just getting it into number 10, okay? So being able to have 10 people and to be able to get those 3 emergency vehicles out. It also is very clear that we do not have adequate staffing to, as one of our residents pointed out in the community comment, go and really address serious issues, fires that are happening. And so we are behind, we are understaffed. And what this 11.3 allows us to do, or 11.03 allows us to do, is to have the capacity to bring on 12 in the event we don't get the SAFER grant. And it really is important. Safety is a foundation of every community, and we need to be providing a situation where our residents are safe, but also where our firefighters are safe. And right now there's a level of risk that I am really uncomfortable with. And you don't want to have understaffing for this very critical service. So that is really an important thing. But between now and our next meeting, it would also be, it is also important for staff to go back over, revisit what can be cut. Could we cut down on the amount of experts that have to come and travel and are lodged and all of that? Can we look more toward local experts, that kind of thing? And we did have an opportunity, council members, to offer suggestions for lowering the budget. And if you go to the first work session in May, you can see that document. One thing I am concerned about is we end up incurring costs unnecessarily because we're not properly vetting projects. And we need to be sure that we do have objective, fully informed asks that come before council. And so, if we can cut down on waste in that way, I think that would be really important. We did talk about the DOJ decision. I got nervous when I heard experts said it was a gray area, but we went ahead anyway. That makes me nervous. It makes me nervous that we have a really significant fellowship that's it's 2 years, it's worth about $140,000, and it's targeted toward one university in Kansas. And I know at the same time, there's not supposed to be a geographic requirement for these fellowships, and that's just scooting way too close to that for me. And I also think it's too bad that this isn't something that is open to the same degree to students who are at institutions in Minnesota, the University of Minnesota, Hamlin, Mankato, all of those places. So that's what I think is important to take away. There's still room, I think, for reducing costs. But when we look at safety and we look at the fact that our paramedic, we provide the ambulance service. We are not having Hennepin County come in. We are the only municipality in Hennepin County that does this. And so we need to step up and we need to make sure that that staff is adequately, or that service is adequately staffed. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Agnew.
Thank you. First, I just want to appreciate what Member Risser was saying on the explanation of fire and paramedics, because I do think that that's a really important component. And I know a lot of our discussion as a council recently has been about our emergency services. And so I want to add that the number of responders that we have is only a component of what leads to our response time. I know that more so recently there was an instance in the Morningside neighborhood where people were concerned about response time. Adding additional people doesn't make our fire station closer to the Morningside neighborhood. And so this brings us back to, we've talked about the need for fire station number 3. It's something we're thinking about, talking about, planning for as a city. And so I just want to place that as there are 2 components that really make up overall what are the response times that we have across the city. Investing in firefighters and firefighter paramedics now is a component. We will still need to invest in fire station number 3. So I think that we'll continue in years to come, have these conversations about how are we funding public safety and how are we continuing to make it a priority. I think the other thing that I did just want to have a question about, if you don't mind. We had an earlier conversation today in our work session where we were provided as a council 3 different options related to staffing for fire paramedics. And so based off of that, you integrated option number 3, and that's what we're reviewing here tonight. I just want to validate that then the numbers that we are seeing then for 2027, or I guess 2026 and beyond, are also accounting for, we have additional staff, and so long-term that's built into the budget. Can you just speak to that really briefly?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, it is built in there. As I have on the slide title, 2026-27 preliminary tax levy proposal updated. 2026 in the far right column has 11.03%, and this in 27 that I have in the far right column has that 12/18 paramedic firefighters built in there, projecting a 9.25%.
Okay, and so that number for 2027, the percent increase that we're seeing here, the 9.25, is less than what it had been when we were thinking about option number 1, and that's because we're seeing a bigger increase this year, which reduces the overall percentage increase that we would experience next year if nothing changed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And overall, I do just want to really appreciate kind of all of the work that went into this, kind of echoing what other council members said. It has been a year-long process, and now we're asking for more additional sessions in addition to what we had already planned on, and I think that those will be really productive. I look forward to conversations about how we continue to get it even lower. I know that Councilmember Risser had some suggestions, and I just always want to, when I hear something, kind of add a little bit of a correction. I do know that fellowship is not just exclusive to one school. It is something that has been open to other schools. And so I think it's important that we're asking these questions and being diligent and having a good dialogue about what are our programming and how are we making those as open and equitable as possible, and really critiquing what are we doing with our money as a city. So I do appreciate that, but just wanted to add that it is something that is open to people from other schools.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Yes, it is. No, that's not true. No, well, I'd like to just clear that up. We've had our fellowship for almost 14 years, almost 15 years. We have had a number of students from University of Kansas have participated most recently, but we've had students from other universities as well, from Mankato State, from the University of Minnesota, the Humphrey School, from Hamlin, et cetera. Councilmember Risser expressed concern to us that we weren't recruiting locally, so we have started to recruit locally, and we started that, I think, this week or last week. We have 4 local candidates already that have applied for this fellowship, and we will be taking a look at them. We're also going to be interviewing folks from other universities at our conference this fall.
Member Risser.
I appreciate that we have started that. I would like to know what the breakdown is, though, because my understanding is 60% have come from Kansas, and I believe everyone who has received the 2-year fellowship has come from Kansas. Is that true?
I haven't looked at that particular.
All right, that is my understanding. Apologies if I'm wrong. The other concern that I have is that I don't know how much staff time is going into this program when we have, and so I would just like to get an understanding of that, because as we're talking about things, really figuring out where we need to emphasize things, where we need to put our priorities. Thank you.
Just a couple of quick observations as we set this, potentially set this preliminary levy at 11.03%. The conversation we've had over the past several weeks and months actually has involved the ability of our firefighters to provide the responsive services that we think are necessary in our community. And I think we all recognize this, that we're kind of the gold standard for the whole state. When people were worried last year at the legislature and the year before that at the legislature about what kind of emergency medical services they could deliver around the state, they were looking at Edina and then I think Burnsville as examples of what they would like to be, what they would like to see. And we've had recommendations internally. We're going to be adding it. We are adding that new fire station that's going to be dedicated on the 30th of October now, which is a fantastic new facility that we have to staff up for. But I don't think it's certain yet amongst this council how many firefighters we need to hire, because some of the things that we are concerned about are overlapping incidents. Member Risser touched on that. If we add 6, it's going to be adding 2 to each shift, according to our fire chief. It gives us the ability to staff 3 ambulances at the same time, so we can handle what is characterized internally at the fire department as overlapping incidents. And so, to the extent we have 3 of those incidents in the city at the same time, we can manage that. Member Agnew made a really significant point here, I think, is that it's the location of the fire station that's probably most critical in terms of response time. So until we get this 3rd fire station constructed near City Hall, hopefully, then we can really effectively serve Northeast Edina, Country Club, Morningside. But the services will be coming now from primarily Tracy and then from down on 77th. So people that live down in the Southdale district are going to get faster response times than they have before, because they'll be coming off Tracy or out of the small group out of next to the Y, which is pretty responsive. But I think that this whole conversation of ours will then evolve over the time, the few months we have between now and when we set the final levy, on how much better can we do on response times depending on the people we add. I think it's going to be kind of difficult to quantify, but we do know there'll be faster response times in the Southdale district because of that new fire station. And then how many overlapping incidents should we be able to handle at the same time? And then Member Risser made some other good points about staffing. Family Emergency Medical Leave Act, all those things are going to affect staffing levels for everybody, every fire department around the state. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, it's going to be our job to figure out how many firefighters to add and put that extra budget pressure on our residents in return for providing this kind of services, continuing to provide the kind of services we've always provided in the past. So it'll be an interesting couple of months here as we talk about these different issues. Personally, I don't see, remember Risser mentioned she sees waste. I don't see waste going on in the budget or the spending decisions made by this council. I think we're really careful with the money that all of us as residents have to pay and what our residents are paying for taxes and how that money is spent. And so I just don't see it. I think we're very responsible. The DOJ decision, basically they said the same thing that we were going to do anyway. You know, that we got until October next year to come up with a plan that was about our time frame anyway, because we weren't going to act on this the completion of the bridge and access to the parking ramp until we had a project going on down at the Public Works site. And that's what we're doing. So that's something we're just going to take on in due course. And the intern program is something, I guess, worthy of discussion, but it's a smaller item in the scheme of the budget. And it's a great opportunity for young people that come to work here, regardless of where they come from. And let's not forget the value that those people bring and the feelings that they may have about being subtly criticized in public because you question the value of the program. By questioning the value of the program, it may cause some people to feel bad about their own worth. So let's be careful about how we talk about that intern program. And so here we go on the next phase of the budget discussion, and we'll see where we end up. But I think all of us are intent on making sure that we deliver the best possible service at the lowest possible cost to our residents, and we're gonna get their feedback. I think the feedback between now and when we make a final decision on firefighters from the public will be important. So we need to frame that up some way, somehow, with maybe some kind of a questionnaire or polling that we do. I think it's going to be important to have public input on this matter. Those are my comments. Does somebody care to make a motion on the proposed budget levy adoption and tax levy payable in 2026 embodied in Resolution 2025-74 at 11.03%?
So moved.
Second.
Member Reagan moves, Member Pierce seconds the adoption of Resolution 2025-74, which would adopt the proposed budget and preliminary tax levy payable in 2026 at 11.03%. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the resolution as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. We got a preliminary budget adopted and a lot of work left to do. All right, now we got one more item on the agenda this evening and then comments from council members. We're going to get an update on the pedestrian bridge over the crosstown, what we call the Roslyn Park pedestrian bridge. Director Milner has this matter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Time for an update on the Roslyn Park pedestrian bridge. This is our project team. We got Bolton and Mink doing the engineering, Snow Crylake Architects, and Anderson Bridges, who are the steel fabricators. So this is our team that we're working on, and all the graphics and layouts, again, our draft. We're getting close to having some layouts, but we'll give some updates on where we've been since I was last here earlier this summer. So we've been to the State Bridge Office. What we heard is no wood products allowed over Highway 62. So that cladding product that was recommended by Snow Krellick, they would not allow that. So we've recommended doing welded steel cladding instead. Same thing with the concern. They have concerns with the connection gear or the bolts that would hold those wood products and that wood falling on the vehicles. So again, that welded steel cladding would address that. Bridges built at or above the state required height are hit once a week in Minnesota. So even if we build it to the height, they're still concerned about bridges being hit. So they don't like the idea of wood projectiles. So that goes to that steel cladding, the welded option. There was where that cladding was located within the steel bridge itself made it difficult to conduct bridge inspections. So we adjusted that height of the cladding so they could see the bottom of the structure and do those inspections. And they're also concerned about future maintenance of having to remove wood panels versus if we have welded steel cladding, you just paint the whole structure because the bridge was going to be painted already. We also got some feedback from the state bike and ped coordinator, and it was just a slight adjustment to the curves on the ramps. So what does this look like going from the wood cladding to the steel cladding? So this is a graphic, original graphic with the steel or with the wood. The steel is just slightly lighter, but it's the same dimensions, same spacings, everything. We also are value engineering this project. We've been here before. I've mentioned that we're having concerns with budgets, and that'll be a table later on. But there might be opportunities where we don't use the cladding on this entire structure because of cost. So we started looking at railing options. You can see off the actual span of the bridge, we go to more of a decorative railing, and that's much cheaper than the cladding because you don't have two pieces of infrastructure, a railing and the cladding, you just have that railing. So here's that overlook looking out south to Roslyn Park, and you can see the difference with the cladding.
Could you show that other slide again, the wood cladding versus the metal cladding? Okay, thanks.
Just a little darker.
Yeah.
And then here's with the cladding.
And is that stainless steel cladding then, or is it just?
Nope, it'll be the same
metal?
steel and painted. It'll be a painted, that light gray color that the wood was gonna fade to anyway. Because the whole bridge was gonna be painted to match that light wood color.
Okay.
Yep. So again, here's with the cladding and without the cladding on the ramps. Some similar views with the cladding on the top, without it on the bottom. That's the ramp in on the south side in Roslyn Park. And then the view from the, kind of going over Highway 62 to the north. This is the wood cladding, steel cladding, almost identical. And then if we do that railing option, depending on how the bids come in. So just a little different between the cladding and the thing. This is really the discussion tonight. So again, we have a $6 million budget. That's all state funded. We have 5 different options here. We heard from this group about consider the stairs. MnDOT typically does not do stairs on the bridges. They don't want to maintain them in the winter, snow and ice. They don't typically do them. If they are done, it's usually the local agency doing them and having to maintain them. So just from that state bike and ped coordinator, that's not something they do regularly. They do not do stairs. So we got a column for estimated.
Would stairs be something we could do after the fact?
It'd be tough to integrate. I mean, I guess it goes back to the cladding. I didn't do a picture, but where would they, the cladding and the structural, it would have different structural members. They just did a stair section down near Penn and 494, which I didn't think would meet our kind of criteria. They're just a metal stair section. That's something you could just attach, but that would not fit the architectural. So it's possible. It's easier to do it now. Of course, usually it's easier to build right away. It can be done later. I just think it'd be difficult.
What's that surface width again? Because I know it was the residents on the north side that were worried about interaction of foot traffic with bikes on the downward slope.
Yep, the thing is 10 feet wide.
10 feet wide.
Yep, and actually MnDOT recommends 12 feet, but we said, thanks for your feedback. We're gonna own the bridge. We think 10 feet is relevant. Plus that's a big cost increase because now you gotta ship this bridge in 4 pieces instead of 2 pieces, and that ups the installation costs, ups the construction costs, the cranes, all that kind of stuff, shipping.
And would you try to define the bike lane on the bridge itself with paint or?
Nope. No, just a mixed use. People gotta
mixed use, be
relevant to each other and be courteous. So budget, the first column is the estimated construction cost with a 10% contingency. So the first option that I laid out is just the base bid. No cladding and no stairs. $5.66 million. When we add the indirect costs of $1.5 million, which is right in line with a 20-25% engineering and indirect costs, we're at $7.16 million. So we're over budget by 1.16. That does include about $500,000 of contingency. A lot of unknowns in the bidding environment over the next 4 months. Option 2 is the base plus the bridge only in cladding. So do we just clad the bridge over the highway? That adds $275,000, so we're at $7.4 million. If we do the base plus all the cladding, then we're at $7.78 million. And then we threw the stairs in. The stairs in the north are smaller. They'd be $300,000. The stairs in the south would be $420,000. So the range of costs there is $7.16 to $7.88 million based on these things. Again, there's $500,000 of contingency. We intend to continue to value engineer, find things that we can bid as alternates, bid them because we do not want to lose the construction season of 2026. We want to get this thing built in 26. We've been talking about it for a long time to get an ADA accessible bridge at this location.
You clad the whole thing for $70,000 more than you just clad the middle of the bridge itself.
The bridge is the expensive cladding part, yep.
Okay.
We were back here earlier this year. We've met with MnDOT in July. We're getting foundation recommendations and approvals. We started that in August. We're looking for MnDOT preliminary approvals in November, final approvals December, final bridge plans early 2026, January, and then out for bids, January, February of 2026. So we can still build this bridge and ramps in 2026. That's our goal. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for Director Milner at this point in time? So I started a preliminary conversation based on your last visit with us about costs escalating, which I guess is understandable. Everything else is escalating with inflation. I've had one conversation with the Metro District engineer at MnDOT saying, hey, we could use some more money from you, to help pay for this bridge. So yeah, I know you're doing the same thing from with your contacts at MnDOT, and I think we'll just go up the food chain over there to see if we can come up with some more funding.
Correct.
Because regardless, we could use more funding.
Just
no matter what option we take.
Yep, I've shared that with the West Area Manager too, and shared these slides and this information and asked for further discussions, so.
Member Risser and Member Jackson.
Can you go back to the slide where you've got the two images with and without the cladding? Yeah. I actually really think that visually without the cladding, it has a stronger design sense to it. You can see the structure of the bridge, and it's really got some very nice lines. And I think there's sort of a nice openness to it that could be very appealing to users. I did talk to a resident, and this is a new concern, with the cladding. Apparently, this person was saying he would not feel particularly safe there, that it would feel like it was more enclosed. And so was very concerned about that, especially, we're seeing it sort of front on, but worried about, what part is visible and what is not, because it's kind of an interesting optical thing where sometimes you see people and then depending on the angle, it becomes sort of this opaque wall. So I just want to say that I think it's a beautiful bridge without the cladding, and it may eliminate some issues, but the design really comes through nicely that way. And I do like the, what did you call it? You didn't say fencing, you said something.
The railing.
The railing.
Yep.
I think that is a beautiful element. So yeah, and in fact, it does really sort of feel like there's a lightness and a more open kind of quality to it that could really be very appealing to people.
Member Jackson?
So What is the difference in maintenance costs of the basic bridge and the bridge with cladding?
It's a lot less members to paint. And
Without the cladding?
Yep, a lot less members. So you'd just be typical steel bridge you'd see on 494, I guess. There's so many examples right now because they're adding a bunch, but you'd paint the bridge, you wouldn't have to worry about trying to paint the whole thing, do structural reviews of multiple members. It's simpler and easier to do inspections and paint.
So if we didn't do the cladding, would we get still a tall fence?
Yes,
over the
it has to
bridge?
be tall and meet certain height requirements
Yeah.
over the highway, but we also want to design it for center of gravity of a cyclist. So that's why the railings are also at a certain height. So the center of gravity of a cyclist is.
But the
at a
part that's
certain-
over the highway would be higher than your waist.
Oh yeah, it's like 8 feet tall. You could
But,
see that.
but without the
slight-
cladding, it would still be tall like that, is my question.
Correct.
I've walked across the 62 bridge on Gleason, the old one. It's very, very scary.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that it doesn't go there. All right, that was my question. Thank you.
Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if I like the not having the cladding on the the bridge, or not the
On the
bridge,
sides.
the ramp. And I think maybe just the way this picture looks could be part of my issue. It doesn't look like it matches, and not color-wise, just the architecture of it doesn't seem like it flows. And so maybe it's a different railing you might do or something like that. I don't know. But hopefully that makes sense. It does seem open, like Member Risser said, and then you can kind of see the architecture a little bit better. But I wanted to somehow feel like it was a part of the design, a little bit more like it was part of the design. And then my only other question is, you gave us 5 options, I think. What's our decision-making process?
Well, I'll be bringing back, we're going to bid a whole bunch of options, and then I'll come back with a recommendation.
So you will bid all of those options?
The stairs, we brought this back more informational. Unless council says do stairs, I wouldn't bid it because we're way over just with cladding and potential.
So just tell us what you're going to bring back with
Yep.
bidding.
There'd be a base bid, no cladding, no stairs. There'd be a base with the bridge cladding. There'd be ramp cladding. There's probably going to be other options because what else can we adjust? The
Okay.
things you guys just mentioned, those concrete structures are custom made. Those could go away. The V shapes are custom to this project. Those we're going to talk about making them more standard to save some money. So we'd have some of those options, and I'd share updated graphics with the council
Okay.
when we went to award. But I think the main purpose tonight is the budgets. We're above budget on many of these things, and we're trying to get that back down.
Got it. So based on your timeline, you have kind of a drop dead date where you need a decision on what we're moving forward with. You're going to bring back the best options.
Yep.
Based on what you're able to do. And then we would decide on that.
And as we work through these different approvals, then we can update cost estimates. So maybe I'm back in January saying, hey, here's where we're at now.
Got it.
We feel we can afford this, or we're still above. We're gonna have some tough discussions.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we'll
Thank
maybe
you.
have an update with any discussions with our MnDOT partners at that time too.
Perfect. Thank you.
Member Agnew.
Do you have an image of the number 1, the base bid with no cladding and no stairs? Do you have any imagery?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I probably have one that I shared a couple years ago when we started this conversation. I don't have it here. These were just last minute, trying to get some quick graphics for the discussion, so.
Yeah,
We
and-
can have those next time.
And I echo, I think even what Member Risser was saying of like, I didn't think I would like it without the cladding, but it does feel open. And so now that I see this, right, I am more open to it. I think where I'm hemming and hawing is about the stairs. And just, I know you mentioned that there's not a ton of MnDOT supported bridges that have the stairs, but it is such a long ramp to get up and down, and knowing that there are stairs there today, I feel like it's hard to go away from the stairs. But I'm not giving you any specific direction. I'm more upset about the stairs than I am about the cladding.
Okay. Yeah, and again, to Member Pierce, we just threw the graphic together, so there'd be some kind of transition if that's the way we went between these two things.
For me, I'm with Member Pierce. We started this process 2 years ago because the first bridge that got designed was totally devoid of form, and it was all about function. And so we had that design contest, and we came up with, people selecting the snow crater design, and now costs are a challenge, which they always are. We're always working in a constrained budgetary environment. But nonetheless, this is a chance for us, in my opinion, to have a piece of public sculpture, really, that is quite extraordinary in its full form of cladding, in my opinion. And for $70,000 more, we get to clad the whole thing and not just the middle. So I personally lean towards, let's make sure that we match up form and function and stay the course and try to figure out how to pay for it. The stairs, I'm not agnostic about them, but I'm not sure. MnDOT doesn't put stairs in for a reason, and I understand the reasons why some of the residents on the north side think stairs are important. But still, with a 10-foot wide deck, I still think that it could be managed without staircases. So I think Member Risser I thought I saw out of the corner of my eye, she might have had her hand up in the air.
I do think there are strong aesthetic qualities to an entirely cladded bridge and one that entirely got all the cladding removed. Things that I am concerned about, hearing from a resident that he'd be reticent to use it because of potential safety issues, hearing about ongoing maintenance costs, and I don't know how challenging it would be for you to come up with an estimate of how much more money you think in the future we would have to spend to maintain a bridge that had the cladding versus one that did not. But that would be a really good thing to know. And also the form follows function in a way this didn't really follow the use that is established for this bridge, and that is noted, I think it was at the last time we looked at this. People can't gather and protest on the bridge with the cladding up. And I know, you can say just go to France Avenue, but France Avenue is a bridge with traffic and cars and everything, and this is a pedestrian bridge. So I think there's more of a community kind of feeling to that. And so, just thinking about the functionality of the current bridge and trying to maintain that to some degree and not removing some of the ways that people use it. But I want to underscore, well, I do really appreciate all these images that you have put together and all the work you've put together on this. But I think just in terms of its kind of structure, it is a very beautiful bridge. And I think the cladding almost detracts from it. But, and just thinking about Minnesota and snow and buildup and, could you end up in a situation where you've got, everybody knows the snow will stick and then sometimes it goes plunk down. It just kind of is a concern right there. Thank you.
You could bring the architects back in next time too. We could
Sure.
visit with the architects.
We'll share all this
See what they think
feedback.
about some of these practical issues.
Yep.
I'm sure they thought about them. They work and operate in this
working on it.
climate.
Yep. So we can share all this feedback and we'll be back at a good
Okay.
spot in the future. So thank you.
Manager comments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just two tonight. And they're both just reminders of upcoming events. One is that we have the police open house that's here on our site here tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And also the dedication event for the new Fire Station 2 is scheduled for October 30th And there's some play about exact times, but it's basically late in the afternoon. And that will include public dedication as well, and tours and et cetera. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Agnew.
We're starting down here today. So I just wanted to build off of the conversation that we had started earlier with the approval of the resolution regarding gun violence, and wanting to again reiterate that there are probably more tactical steps that we can take as a city as well. And I want to make sure that we're pursuing those in addition to the resolution. The resolution is amazing, and we have to work in partnership, and that's such a core component to this. But I know that there have also been some ideas floated around of like tactical things we can do as a city, whether it's related to safe storage ordinance that we could potentially implement within the city, or mimicking some of the work that I think St. Paul is beginning to talk about doing. You know, I know that they're just beginning to do so, but thinking about creating laws that would take effect if there are legislation changes that lift some of the preemption on local gun control. So I know that St. Paul is looking at some of that. I don't know, Manager Neal, if we've already started some of these discussions within the city, but if not, I would love for us to begin pursuing those, because there is more we can do as well, beyond kind of calling on broader partnership.
Yeah, thanks for that. I can handle a little bit of that in my comments. Go ahead. Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have been taking a different approach to this, and while I definitely understand that gun reform is important and support that, I just don't think that that's our biggest issue. I think our issue is we have simmering, smoldering hate in our culture, and so I have been having conversations with a few folks on two things. One, what can we do to ensure that the issues that we have we just don't forget about them, and so that we don't just do the resolution and we move forward, but is there some way that we can constantly be reminded of what the impact is of all of this violence in our culture? And so that's one. And then the second is really having conversations around, I guess you could say, decorum. We started talking a little bit about that today, but I think we had a resident talk about it as well, how we can build instill a culture where there's mutual respect. And so anyway, that is the approach that I have been taking, just trying to think about it from that perspective. And then looking forward to tomorrow. Our family likes the police open house, so hopefully we'll be able to participate tomorrow as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've been working on so many different threads. Today I submitted comments to the federal regulation of the EPA. They're talking about removing what's called the endangerment finding. In 2009, the federal government found a finding that greenhouse gases are to be regulated under the Clean Air Act, and currently there's talk of removing that finding, which means the federal government would no longer regulate greenhouse gases. And so in going through this, I was just, on to your comments, Member Pierce, about following through on a lot of things, looking at the tremendous amount of work that we've done. And we saw some of that with the stormwater and the water management systems today. We've done so much work because the risk of flooding is so overwhelming. And I just wanted to thank Nora Davis for her comments and for the whole group of people who worked on that flood mitigation strategy. It's a very thoughtful document, and I got to go back through it again. And also, I thought about the young people who served as commissioners on the Energy and Environment Commission when I was on it, and how terrified they are of their future. And so that, plus the shootings, plus I'm doing a project with the school district right now. It's so important, and the budget. It's so important for us to think about this community as a place where we raise children. And unfortunately, as we go into our budget discussions this year, but in future years too, there's going to be this constant tug between we have to provide safety for our elderly residents, and we have to provide safety for our younger residents, and they're not the same type of safety always. The walkability, the be able to get around without driving, things like that are parallel, but when we're looking at, you know, the aging of the population, the costs will skew more towards older people, and we want to continue to keep in our minds we have to fund our parks, and we have to continue to make this a great place to raise children. So lots of thoughts about the wonderful people in our community and how we can make this a great place for everybody, but also thinking about the future of our children.
Thank you for that. Member Risser.
And I did have some images that I submitted, but I do want to build on that. And I think we may not always agree, and we're not going to always agree, but I really know that each of us shows up and staff shows up, and everyone is trying to get to the best Edina that we can have. And I do want to acknowledge the walk that Nancy Greer organized, and Representative Joachim was out. And it was really interesting because you go on these walks and you hear from residents, and they bring up, you know, what they want, the flashing lights, the improvement there. But immediately we're standing at the intersection, and she's got her hand out because she says, "Where's the crosswalk?" And that was nothing, nobody ever brought that up. And I do think it's important to recognize, you know, obviously infrastructure is an ongoing issue. She suggested in Hopkins there is a crosswalk that has a colored background, so it really stands out. And she said you could even have green for Edina. But as you're going across this space, you've got cars coming behind you. And so it really is a disconcerting thing. And if we could go to the next slide. And I don't have to have all of them. I'm gonna leave some out. But so we walked up the recommended route, going up Eden Avenue to get to Vernon. And there's a series of signs, and it's really disconcerting because they're all kind of clustered, and this is challenging, but the speed limit sign is blocked, and you can kind of see that the signage does make it challenging if you're walking with somebody. Maybe the next slide. And these are all residents from Grandview. Well, that's another image of the slide. Here, as you get on Vernon, and this is the turn lane to get into Jerry's, a sign, and the grass slopes significantly. So yeah, it's gonna be hard to put that sign there, but it was so amazing because I ended up sort of at the back of the group, and everybody, when you start walking and you're talking and you're moving, people just go around things, and it's scary because, you know, you've got this, and I went back today and it still is in the same spot, and it was a 90-degree day, you know, and you're hot, you're not feeling that great, my knees kind of bugging me, you know, so I'm beginning to feel some of the things that I know are probably going to haunt me for the rest of my life. But, you know, just making a space that is safe for pedestrians is so important, and walking the walk, I think, really is something that needs to happen. And what happens when you go on the Vernon pathway is you end up on the north side of the Jerry's parking lot, which is where you really don't want to be walking through, because the Jerry's parking lot is a very busy place, and so there's that as well. And I did bring in other slides, but we don't need to look at the rest of them. I just wanted to say, if you haven't had the chance to go out there and do this walk, it is really worth the time. And so I appreciate the residents organizing it, and also Representative Joachim for coming out there. And hopefully we get that sign up by Nancy's birthday. We should. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A few things for me. I think several of us, maybe all of us, have gotten a few emails from residents that were concerned about the application of film tech for increased discharge of pollutants at their manufacturing facility right on Cahill. And so I've talked to Scott about it, and we've agreed that we would, because we didn't make any submission to MPCA about the request to increase their production of contaminants. So we're going to hire an air quality expert to kind of review what they're proposing. And because our residents are worried, there's a park right across the street filled with kids doing sports. You know, are there any potential implications for us? So we'll take a look at that. To the gun violence issue, there will be a community conversation on gun violence prevention at Edina Community Lutheran Church on Tuesday, September 23rd. You maybe knew about that already. At 6:30, and I just got a little bit of the agenda for it, and the panel is going to be a space for dialogue, I think is what they characterize it as. Our chief of police will be one of the panelists, along with a person from Moms Demand Action, another person from Protect Minnesota, also assistant county, Hennepin County attorney, somebody from Public Health Department, and then Senator Elise Mann, who will give a update on the current state of legislation in place and bills to be introduced. So that's kind of what will take place on the 23rd. And then both Tim Bussey from Bloomington and I will be there as well. And then there's the State of the Airport speech is Thursday noon. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about an exhibition that's coming to St. Louis Park. The person, Lawrence Badson, asked me to mention it at our city council meeting for people that might be interested. It is going to be running from September 25th through October 11th. It's Through Their Eyes, the story of Kfar Aza, and the reason I'm mentioning it is because it's one of the kibbutzes where many of the residents were killed on October 7th, 2023 by Hamas, members of Hamas. And it happens to be a kibbutz that I was in the year before at about that same time, and spent a whole afternoon visiting in people's yards with moms and kids. That I don't know what happened to them, but it was a lovely little village with probably 2 miles from the fence line in Gaza. And so I think you can get the location when you order tickets. And if I can give this to Jennifer Benarat, but there's I think it's called TTE, all caps, TTE, and then exhibit.com. That should lead you to where you want to register to go and see the program in that period of time that it's running in St. Louis Park at a location you will learn about when you buy a ticket. And it's only $10 per ticket. And they've got a couple of survivors that are going to be there as well to talk about the experience of it. And I think those are the key things I wanted to cover. Manager Neal, anything else? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
And a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Agnew to adjourn the meeting of the City Council at 11:10 p.m. on this 16th day of September 2025. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adjournment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. We stand adjourned.